I'll read our conflict of interest statement to begin with. As the Surrey County Board of Elections, we have a duty to avoid conflict or appearances of conflicts of interest. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest or any appearance of a conflict with respect to any matters coming before our board today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any participation in the particular matter. We have before us our minutes from our November the 5th meeting for approval. Take a few minutes to look over those, please. Any changes, additions, deletions? Chairman, I make a motion we accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second for approval of our November 5th, 2024 meeting minutes. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those are approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. This time I'd like to open our public forum portion of our meeting for anyone who wishes to address the Surrey County Board of Elections for any election matters. Have a 3-minute time period. Is there anyone present that would like to address our board? Is there anyone online? If not, this time I will close our public forum portion of our meeting and move into the Mount Airy number 8 precinct election day ballots.
Yes, sir. And I think I sent the board an email on why we are doing this. But just to recap that, the Mount Airy number 8 precinct on election day, and we got, of course, their voter history compared to their DS-200. There were 4 less voter history than on the DS-200. So the total should read 280 instead of 284, which matches voter history. They had a jam in which there was an incident report that day, election day, that the chief judge did fill out. There was a jam in the DS-200 and 2 ballots were ripped. And we did find those 2 ballots, of course, in the spoiled ballot envelope for that precinct. And then they ran those back in and those had counted. So unfortunately, that's what made the over on the DS-200 compared to the voter history. So when that occurs, the state board's recommendation is to run those ballots back through every ballot from election day, which is still sealed in the ballot box for Mount Airy 8, and then to see if we do get the 280. Or nonetheless, whatever we get, is going to be the final, but our voter history is 280.
Okay.
So it will just be feeding those in, and on a new, Sydney, a new stick, right? And then that will be read back into electionware.
That'll produce a new tape also.
Or produce a new tape, yes, and Sydney already printed from electionware as it is right now, and I have that. Yes, 200 and the results. Yeah, and the results tape from election night, so the board can pass that around, and I'll just point out. There's the number is Dwayne, yeah, right here, you see. So it is Mount Airy 8, ballots cast, total 284. So again, that's what is in there now. And then here are the tape or the tape from election day. 0. And you see their total votes, 284.
284.
Pass this around to the board. Well, at least the mystery is solved.
Yeah, and again, we had an incident report to refer back to as well. And I think Sydney, you actually had to go out there. Yeah, because we talked them through opening the DS-200, pulling the scanner out, and she had to go. We were afraid they were getting counted.
And for information purposes, anybody
Watching.
looking back at the meeting, where is this precinct located?
Mount Airy number 8 is Faith
Faith
Baptist
South
on
London Road.
Franklin.
And does it affect any of the city races in Mount Airy?
They do have some, a B3 ballot stops, which is City of Mount Airy.
The majority is being won county-wide. There's a few voters in that precinct.
And just trying to think about the races that are in the city of Mount Airy. And
Look at that report right there, and I think you'll get your,
That's your.
you know where I'm going.
Yes.
We don't have any races that are close enough to where
no.
280 votes. The spread in those races. Okay,
And you'll
USBs.
okay.
close for what you're in particular talking about.
Yeah, okay, good
Double
deal.
check it.
Thank you.
So we're trying to balance the,
Right.
We have
The
to
number-
for canvas. Yeah, or either give an explanation of why once the ballots are ran back through.
are you needing a bipartisan team for opening the
Yeah.
DS-200 and
Verify
the,
the seals for
then-
the security record election day, for the machine and the ballot box. Yeah, bipartisan team, please.
Percentage, so it's.
Right. Okay.
But I can, you can look at whatever you want.
No,
I did
that's,
wanna-
no, that's, you know where I'm
Yeah, what I
at.
I got
figured,
put
yeah.
up here,
Yeah, I noticed that.
and it needs to be available, ready.
Somehow in the transition, we lost our laptops. They're gone. Yeah, so we had to improvise today with both we have.
And then
So those races there are. Let me summarize the question I'm trying to ask in a way that there are fewer than 50 votes altogether in those citywide races that come out of this precinct. That's, thank you. That's the information that I wanted to be stated
Publicly.
publicly. Yeah,
And there are 4 votes or 2 votes that are out of ballot. 2, 4.
We have more voter history than, we have less voter history than we have DS-200 votes.
Did they use the emergency bin in the interim period? The ballot coming through?
Cindy, do you know when you got there, had that been, the emergency bin been used in the interim?
I remember, I don't think so.
It wouldn't take from here about 8 minutes to get there. So they may not have had voters at,
Yeah,
Who
I don't
knows?
think so. When I got there, it was they loaded, but not like active.
But
but to our knowledge, nothing had shut down. You know, if there was. a
Okay, didn't
period
stop
No
anything.
one could vote, right?
Okay.
But
Thank
the
you.
emergency bin was opened up at the end of the night.
Oh, absolutely, it has to be. Mhm.
Okay.
Well, the instructions state that it needs to be opened and checked.
This, like, if it right now. This is the- That board, and there we go. There.
Thank you.
This lane right there, and I'll already got it filled out. Perfect, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the security record in here. Everything's together.
Is that the only precinct that had a problem?
That had a problem like that, yeah. Thank goodness.
Yes.
We did have a couple more precincts that had jams. One was here. And I came over, and someone had used the express vote ballot marking device and put the express vote stock, it's like that skinny, long as a ballot, 14 inches, but it's more narrow. Well, the slot on the top of the DS200, the black slot is smaller. It'll hold the express vote. And the poll workers had never really realized that. They had never had anyone vote express vote. So the voter had put it down in the bottom, so it went sideways. And then it got stuck. But they were both like, oh, no, 100%. We saw that it said it counted on the screen. I said, okay, good. So pulled that out and put it in the ballot box. So, and again, their numbers match. So they handled that perfectly. If you can see the screen, if you have the forethought, because you have to quickly glance,
Right.
And I think there was one more that had a jam. Was that Pilot City? Or there's one other place.
Oh, maybe Long Hill, and I think I walked him through it. Like
On the phone. There was one that morning that had a jam that I walked through, but it was real early. But again, no issue with the ballot per se. Same time.
So all problems were addressed immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Just a question of just information, nothing to do with what we're doing here, but the use of the express vote countywide. Do you have a approximation of how many times or how many people utilizes the express vote visual?
Very, very, very small percentage.
But it's there in all precincts available.
For the purpose, and the individual who used it here was blind. So he did it audio. That's always great because they don't feel they have to rely on someone else for assistance. Zeros?
Yep, these are the zeros. Thank you. If you want to unfold them, you're welcome to. I just folded them with the
The John
signatures on
template.
the top, but yep, zero takes for this
Okay,
precinct.
so the machine is zeroed out and this is the verification for that.
And it should have today's date. Yeah.
To start with.
Yeah, y'all okay if we go ahead, start feeding them in?
Yes.
While Dwayne's signing that, Jimmy and Dwayne especially that were here for the sample hand to eye last week. We did have a member of our teams that was experiencing shortness of breath. And this coworker kept saying she was going to urgent care as quick as we were done. I don't know if you all recall that.
Mhm.
She was put in Baptist Hospital last weekend. She had a heart attack.
Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
And so she will be having what, 5, is that quintuple? Which I've never heard Friday.
Double bypass?
Keep her in your, well, Friday's tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And she was
So-
ever faithful doing her.
And she said, no, she was gonna stay here till we got finished, remember? And then
Yes.
luckily their team balanced.
They
And
did.
so they said, we're out. And she
Exactly.
went straight to the urgent care
Down here.
here, yeah.
No, that was
And
a
then-
blessing.
They sent her, no, she went home, but then
Oh.
from there, we went back, went to Hugh Chatham at about midnight Friday night. And they kept her and then they transferred her to Baptist, so that's dedication.
And a blessing in disguise
yeah.
that she,
Didn't ignore it.
exactly.
And remember, he held a very important role in early voting,
Worked here.
Mhm.
Mount Airy. You know, Mount Airy has a lot. So he managed a very stressful 13 days.
So we'll keep her in our prayers for speedy recovery.
Yes. And then luckily the 3 with COVID that did have the outbreak in the Mount Airy early voting, they did not work the election, of course, election day, but they have recovered and I think we've heard from everybody, haven't we? Now?
People were God in that.
Yeah.
The precinct. I think everybody's pretty good there.
They missed all the fun.
During
That's
COVID
what we'll say.
2020, all of our team and this office had no COVID.
0 outbreaks. Couldn't believe it.
Fellas, do y'all need to sign these?
Yeah.
Oh, did we fail to sign on?
My bad.
I think it needs to go all the way back out there. Oh, okay. I'll leave a space
That's
for you.
fine.
But thankfully, during the
Thank you.
audit,
I didn't realize I was supposed to sign it twice.
one of the team members that was here is a registered nurse and medic, Navy medic. And it's always good to see him,
Mhm.
just. Hey,
And then one tested positive for COVID the next day from the sample hand to eye, a new one. So,
Really?
yeah, we were all like, no one else has gotten sick. We were like, okay, we cannot be out.
Gotta get below
Yeah,
that
next
too.
week.
Yeah,
Maybe.
okay. Should have seen
All
that.
right. Well, that was last Friday.
Or you would know. but-
Yeah, I think,
all those teams did a.
I even looked
job.
at that and didn't notice it.
All those teams did good.
They did.
and they were on a
Or-
Friday evening, they were willing to stick it out
They were.
until we figured out the the 9 votes.
Wayne and I didn't have the heart to leave them, so we we hung in there until the end.
We've been with them all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, you
But it
all
was
did
a-
participate in calling. Y'all
Yeah,
were
we,
filling callers
Yeah.
when the unaffiliated voter had to leave.
yeah, we earned our pay, for sure.
Unaffiliated poll worker had to leave. Yeah, you did.
That,
You got cheated that day.
No,
Is that a paid day?
I don't know. I
It
don't,
was a paid day.
I didn't
but
pay any attention to it, but it
Y'all
was,
didn't do well per hour on that day.
no, we didn't.
You usually don't. Thank you.
If it wasn't, it was worthwhile to be here and witness and observe the
It was,
process and the dedication of those people who were
absolutely.
doing in the work, the bulk.
And I will just, if the observers would like to see the zeros that Sydney is bringing, they're welcome to. Okay.
Thank you for volunteering for that too.
Yeah, that trade-off worked well for you.
Yeah, how did you manage it? Let me just say,
Give me a
when this
better-
comes around next time, you still not got out of the time that you. I did that, I did that in your absence one time, so you're
I won't-
still due.
As I said, I'll never know it 100 years from now. 10 years.
Maybe not that long.
I was being liberal.
Generous.
Liberal.
Yeah.
While she's running those ballots, do we have other business that needs to be conducted, or do we need to just stand at ease till that's completed?
Yeah, I can cover a little bit of other, I sent an email out yesterday, just to notice a recount, a statewide recount, if there is a call. So the Supreme Court candidates for North Carolina have the opportunity to demand a recount if ordered by noon next Tuesday. So in order with the new law that you have 3 days after receiving that demand to do the full statewide recount. Which means we can't wait and hear it on Tuesday, then notice it for Friday, because then your window, you've got to get it all over that Friday. So went ahead and noticed it with the if in there, if needed. And if it is needed, it would begin at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. But of course, I will let you all know. Of course, I'm sure that candidate's waiting on tonight.
Next Wednesday.
It would be next Wednesday.
10 a.m.
Only if there's a recount.
Only if the candidate demands the recount.
The 20th.
And that would probably be after
Yes.
today, tomorrow's 100 county candidates.
I would think, but she has until noon on Tuesday. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, the candidate has until noon on Tuesday.
You don't require a full board.
No quorum,
Okay.
and bipartisan.
I asked that question because that's the day that my wife will be having a knee replacement surgery, and I will.
Yeah.
Certainly not be here if that.
Definitely, the full board does not have to be, it does have to be a quorum and a bipartisan.
So you've also given, this notice is if, like I say, if they do call for this recount, you've already noticed or have the teams ready.
No, we gotta get through today and tomorrow. Then we'll work on teams tomorrow afternoon. For
Oh.
potential, because you're looking at 23 election day precincts and all your other machines as well. So it would be just like you two remember 2020, the full election recount for, again, Supreme Court Chief Justice between Beasley and Newby. It'll be exactly that way, where this whole room, B and C and A is all open. And we have DS 200s all around the room with a bipartisan team.
The recount will be a machine recount, all precincts for that one race. No other races will be looked at, counted, or
Correct. For Surrey County, I can't speak for any other, but for us, no.
and of course, that will be open for observation by any visitors that would want to be here. And
Usually they're in the
center
middle.
of the room.
Not being a fool. My mother-in-law died last night.
Gee, I'm sorry, Drew.
I don't know what they haven't made the arrangements yet.
But again, if we work it out, but we do have to have a quorum though too, so.
I'm on the calendar, my calendar is open.
I mean, I don't think it should be done by then. I don't.
But you don't know yet, yeah.
I'll have to make arrangements.
Okay,
project starting up.
As quick as we hear, I'll let you all know, but you all probably will find out before I let you know, but
Recount,
Be in the news.
yeah,
that's only if there's a recount.
only if, yeah. And there's a lot of ballots. Well, what's it, 60,000 statewide provisionals alone, I believe, so.
Yes.
Those will not be read in until tonight,
I'd say
today.
there's probably a good chance it will be.
Plus, they're still settling,
They sure spent a lot of time on the huddle yesterday with,
I mean, they're still settling votes for the House
oh yeah,
all over the country, in California and I forgot what else.
and I've never instructed to notice just in case for something.
Notice the potential of a meeting.
Yeah, yeah, so that to me
That's
seems
pretty-
pretty confident that we probably gonna be having.
Yeah, pretty good indication.
The recount can only be called if it's less than, if there's less than 1%. Is that correct?
Over 10,000 votes.
10,000 votes or 1%.
What was it at 8,000
Yeah,
last week, or bless you.
But that margin could widen.
or
Right.
narrow.
Right. Well, we'll deal with it when it comes.
And that's also up to the candidate. The candidate can say, I'm not gonna ask for a recount, even though it's close. That's up to the candidate, right?
It is. You know, that will be at the expense of each county, if that happens too, so.
Is your wallet deep this morning?
I'm sorry,
Is the wallet deep this morning?
wallet.
If the county has to,
I got
Oh,
my,
but-
I got my budget report yesterday and no, we're not. We are, we're a little over in some.
We're ready
areas.
for this to be done.
We're ready, but if it happens, it has to be.
well,
That's
one thing,
that.
We'll have to do it.
yeah, one thing, no matter what, if it involves the election, the expense shouldn't be considered.
No, that's right, and it's not.
I agree.
And I'll say this, the county manager and the board of county commissioners have, yeah, they've never questioned or balked, especially, again, we had the recount 2020, and it, you know, when you get bipartisan teams of poll workers working for 9, 10, 11 hours, feeding them, I mean, you know, it was a bill, it was an
Sure.
expense, but it's just part of it.
Right.
The recount is mandatory if ordered by the state and it has to be provided.
Yeah.
So,
If the state mandates, can the state be held liable for the cost?
so
That should be changed.
there's on the county shoulder.
If they get to determine it,
Just like the hearing that we had.
Right. Mhm.
We paid for everything with that hearing. And it was a hearing by the state board.
Hmm.
We didn't pay the state board
I see
members,
a
but
point of
Right.
legislation. coming
Otherwise.
But the fact that it was held in the
Yes.
county,
expense.
Well, I see a point of
Expense.
legislation, the possibility that that could be transferred to the state funds.
we shall see.
Is there anything that a bipartisan team could assist or help? And
No, I feel bad unless y'all want to feed some out.
Yeah, it's
Give
hard.
Cindy a break.
singularly handing the votes to Sydney to the feed, I didn't know.
I mean, Dwayne and I had plenty of practice
I was gonna say.
counting ballots and calling out.
Experts.
I feel like it after that day.
But that was a good experience
It
at
was.
the end to see
It was.
that the machines and the hand-to-eye count came up exactly the same. That's an audit you like to see.
Oh, absolutely.
There was some
Yeah, the process was interesting.
recounting,
Yes.
and there usually is for a big precinct, recounting of the counting of the county.
Yes.
it's just a testament to the accuracy of the system.
It,
And everyone, I think if everyone would come and see how this works,
mhm.
there would be so little question to the
Well,
process
we-
and to the outcome.
Yeah, we've talked about this many times and.
We'd love to see the room full.
I've had-
Absolutely.
When I look and there's someone here, it tickles me to death.
I know.
Thank you all.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've had a lot of people ask me, is the vote secure? I said, the way I see it, yes, absolutely.
We do too.
How detailed all of this.
We welcome it, and that's why we're pleased to see the two of you here today,
Yeah.
because hopefully somebody will ask you and you can share it with them.
Especially an office holder
Yes.
that is a candidate. Yeah.
And then, tomorrow too, just another little bit of other business. I think I sent an email on. We have had some voters, that have passed away since voting either their absentee by mail or their early voting ballot. So those have been pulled, and I'll do a ballot challenge on those tomorrow before we have another ballot challenge that the chairman already mentioned to this group, but
Right.
we'll
Oh,
have
that's supposed to be their election day.
not absentee or early
Changed.
voting. It's if they vote on election day, it counts, but
Mhm.
not prior to, if they pass away.
Seems fair.
The family that owns my company, the mother passed away 5 days after she cast her ballot.
Yeah. We had one pass away the next day
Mm.
on this list. And he voted fairly early.
She early voted. She
Yep.
passed away. 5 days later.
And at last count that I heard, we had 498 provisionals,
We have 497.
497, because there's been some people come in.
There was one that wasn't canceled. The voter said, no, I'm not doing that, and walked out. They had already started the provisional process. So that's why that number changed
Okay.
from yesterday.
But then, in part of that, some people have come in and
Oh, yeah.
presented their photo ID,
For their HAVA document.
which has cured a percentage or a group of those. So that 497, you all prepared those in groups as far as uncured or no response, nothing coming back in. Some of those by provisions of the statute should be by this board ordered canceled, not open.
Right.
For whatever reasons,
Not approved.
no registrations out of county. So we can take these different groups by groups as far as working through them instead of individually each one.
Correct.
I thought that hearing was supposed to be today. While we moved
Provisional
from
ballot.
12:30,
Yeah.
from 2 to 2:30. I'm from 2 to 12:30.
What was the last date that provisional ballots could be counted?
Today till 5.
Today till 5. So we've got waiting for provisional ballots still.
Well, for some documents to go with those potential provisional ballots. They have until 5 today.
What time we come tomorrow? It's still 11?
No, it's 9:30. I sent an email out.
We back
Get it.
because of the hearing
9:30.
and then also now the hearing for
I got
the
that.
deceased voters. We've taken from 11 a.m., which is supposed to, we've taken from 11 a.m., which should have been the start of canvass. And started earlier to get these issues out of the way, prepared for canvass.
So the final day that we have to send the certification to the state is this final certification
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Mhm.
County.
Hold on a minute. Clark.
Is it just the board of showing the rate of order? That's one that says 9:30, right?
Did you get the canvas meeting agenda?
Yeah,
It's up there at the top of the agenda.
yeah,
9:30.
9:30, I see it, right?
Not got that yet. For some reason.
You know, they haven't, my phone that doesn't have the app, doesn't have the,
When did you
I
send
can't
that?
receive your emails on my phone. I can't receive them yet. Remember the tech didn't finish it?
Oh, that's right. I need to, yep, I remember that, Paul. Hold on a minute. Clark, that's the one I sent to. Yeah, it was yesterday.
For some reason, I've not received that. Always get it.
I can receive a text directly from Michelle, but I can't receive the general
Email,
email.
you know.
I'll forward this right now, Clark, see if you.
About. Yeah, please do.
It was nine, oh, it was 9:07 last night. You didn't get it, okay,
Try it again.
all right, I just sent
I always print that agenda out before I come.
it, okay. And Drew, I'm gonna send it to you too.
I got it.
Oh, you did get it,
Yeah.
okay.
I still had down team, what we were gonna, we had that one.
Yeah, and I talked to Mark and I said, what do you think? Since we have whatever it is. And he said, I believe you'd be fine if you, because I said, do we start at 9? And he said, no, we can do it at 9:30 and I think we'll be okay. Okay. So what will happen since these are all, the reason is the same? Person is deceased. I think the challenge form is a little harsh. It's the person is dead. That's the wording on it. So the reasons are all the same. Mark said we can do it within one hearing, but do the names and you all would do 8 votes then. So you'd vote each name
Okay,
based on what I present to you and then you'll just go to the next.
so we do it all at one time.
Yeah, you won't have to open a new hearing
Okay.
for each of the names, for each of the voters.
Michelle, did the process work the way it should as far as a death certificate or notification coming to the office?
It was the death reports.
Okay.
And then after getting those reports, and of course, staff alerted me to that, I called Register of Deeds and got copies of those death
Okay,
certificates.
great. Good.
Send that again, include the attachment.
Oh, it's from a forwarded, yeah. I probably have to do that. I can't do it on my phone.
Just,
Let me do it right now.
okay.
It won't do the attachment.
You ready to hear him tomorrow?
Well, I do. You awake?
Yeah,
I'm trying to be awake.
no, you have to swear me in.
Oh. Yeah, I need to practice.
Perhaps.
A lot of practice of swearing as a kid.
Get her a stool so she can sit.
I can't do that all day.
Two ways, so.
Thank you.
This was nice. This came in the mail Robin just gave to me. So if you want to read that to the board. So, you all.
Addressed to Michelle Huff and Surrey County Board of Elections. Post office box, stop. One of the cards says, thank you. Dear Michelle and Board of Elections, we wanted to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude for your hard work and dedication in helping to move the polling place out of Westfield Elementary School. We truly appreciate the time, energy, and thoughtfulness you put into making this change for the safety of our children. Thank you for your continued commitment to our community. Warm regards, Jessica Kendall, Westfield PTO, Brandy Chilton, Heather and Jason Johnson,
Bless you.
God bless you.
Yarborough, and Summer Rec.
Remember that one, but the others, spoke at our.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Appreciate the time that they took to
They appreciate
acknowledge
that.
that.
Yeah, they definitely did, and they actually sent an email the day after the election
Oh,
as
okay.
well. The Yardborough lady. Thanking them for. They had a smooth school day, so,
That's great. That's good.
Well.
And it worked out well for us,
smooth
too.
election Day down there.
Yeah.
Was a
and Mountain Park, again, they were a virtual learning day, so that worked out well. I think for everyone. What's the total?
280.
280. So that was.
Thank you for that good news.
It.
All right.
It's what we thought, but
Okay.
thank
Great.
you. And then we'll get signatures on those.
So that'll be a new read-in.
Yes. And Pilot Mountain, we did, it was rainy election day, and so they did request floors be cleaned. So I was very happy, got with maintenance. They went the very next day. They were there 7 o'clock the next morning, and they mopped and they used their buffing machine on it, because we were the first people to use that brand new building. And, people tracked in stuff on their feet all day. So that was the least we could do. And we got an email from the chief, I think. He emailed us and said that he would be available if we had any issues. This was the day before election day. Just fantastic communication, just all the way around.
Excellent.
Big
Um,
appreciation to Pilot Mountain Rescue Squad.
Mhm.
Did that work well,
Oh,
of course,
yes.
with the public and the,
I don't think we had one call on election day as to, hey, where's our precinct?
Oh, that's good.
How about
But
that?
Sydney also made, I don't know if you all saw the signs, but she put it on the door here
Yes.
with the QR code, a large QR code. That said, your precinct has moved, or check this to see where you vote. So when we saw people here.
And I saw the list on our website too, on every precinct that would be serving the citizens on election day.
Mhm.
So all
So
23.
if they went to Armfield, scanned that, or I'm sure someone in Armfield said, oh no, that's moved to Rescue Squad, but we got no calls.
Entrance is on the main door, and then the door we use to the side, and it just said, your precinct's moved to the rescue squad right now.
okay, great.
That's good.
I was hoping that would be
And of course, we did that at the school.
Westfield Elementary,
Mhm.
great. Even though the children were not at Mountain Park for a virtual day, did we have security there that day?
We did not, because they didn't require it for any staff, but it was a virtual day. I guess the only people there was probably janitorial staff. But they did not require that. So
Okay,
That worked good.
it
Yes, it
really
did.
did. Well. And again, I'm appreciative to maintenance. I'll let them know. We always try to do a little something for them, again, for going down the pilot and taking care of that the very next morning. So I think that'll keep us, in good standing there, because
Good gracious.
we want that to, we
Continue.
want to stay there a long time.
we would like to make that home.
Yeah.
For, wow. 2026.
Beyond. We want to go way beyond, beyond 2026. They have an even bigger room that we can move to there if we needed it, so.
That's good.
And in future elections, potential, the possibility of early vote.
Mhm. Yeah.
Possible.
Mhm.
That'll be for the future board.
And you mentioned that, I did mention to, one of our Mount Airy, the representative on the Board of Commissioners who represents Mount Airy, that we need a new location, or we need an additional location in Mount Airy for early voting. That building, that parking lot, that hall, that room, we have outgrown. County has outgrown.
That's a good problem to have.
It is. but we can no longer funnel the volume through there, and we are just such a detriment to every other department for 13 days out of that building. It's
Do-
just different from here, you know, it's just,
Yeah.
everything is so squeezed and crammed, and everybody uses that one entrance. And it's just, when that entrance gets clogged with a line of voters, your greeter can only do so much to steer them.
Layout just doesn't work.
It does not work. The
That's the thing.
curbside is a nightmare for voters, are having to walk between cars to get through to the entrance
Hmm.
constantly. Which is also the buffer zone, which it's just, it doesn't
If we could
doesn't
just
work.
have the building, we could have the lot.
Correct.
And move everything else out.
It'd be
That'd
perfect, yes. And I told Bill, I said, not to be selfish, but we need to be the only game in town with whatever building it is.
Yeah. What initial possibilities do we have?
Bill said, you know, I said, you've got a year and a half or a year to put your thinking cap on, but I said, the best possible scenario, Cheryl Brewer, our chief judge, had this idea, is a abandoned bank.
Hmm.
You could use those drive-throughs for your curbside. But where do you see those? So if anybody sees one,
Right, so
Yeah, if we see one that's
Eastbound
closed,
area.
yeah.
that would be best. And then, you know, the movie theater is up for grabs, but,
Where- Wherever that we would look to go, it needs to be where that we have that location for a long period of time in the
Uh-huh.
future. Everybody, because of the long period of time, at the matter behind Surrey County, used to call it resource building,
yeah.
behind our,
Lowe's.
The Lowe's.
Lowe's, yeah.
everybody in their mindset thinks, well, I can go there and
Oh,
I
yeah.
can early vote. If it was to be moved, it's
Let's do
gonna
it.
be a new learning process, but wherever we move to needs to be a location that we can say, that's gonna be permanent. As permanent as we can foresee, and not short term.
Because the volume there is always going to be huge.
And you need to tell people today,
Mm-hmm.
this is where it's gonna be at, because.
Yeah.
People are still going to think that they can go
Oh,
to
yeah.
that resource center. I mean,
'Cause
it'll
they go
take
for
some
election
getting
day.
used to now, because
Yeah.
people come from all over the county to
that
that
one.
location.
Because
Oh.
most people don't realize there is more than that one.
I agree.
You could split that early voting, two locations in my area.
Well, that's what Sydney recommended, to have one there and one in a new location. We hope that would pan out, but my only fear there is they're gonna keep going back to that original one. But if the other one is bigger, more open, people don't feel like they're attacked,
More convenient.
more convenient. So again, I think that would get you on into Mount Airy, but again, Where?
If you had two, it's gonna help with a lot.
Well, Something's about to happen.
Yeah,
Big lots.
everybody involved.
Big lots is about to close.
oh, really? Well, you,
Guess what?
No, there's rumors on that,
that parking would be
filing for
good.
bankruptcy. That's a big parking lot.
That's a bit, and you know, a lot of other counties utilize shopping malls, old businesses, you know, they do utilize for early
Yeah.
voting.
But did you have a long-term lease on that?
But then you do
That you
have a
wanna
long-term
use.
lease. You're limited, you can no longer, there's no demands, you
You
can.
can't anticipate how long it'll be available.
We have tape.
Yes, sir, we have tapes, this is the result tapes, Sydney has it folded for the 3 spaces, and right above it
Hey,
is the 280 total votes, right above the fold on that first part there.
Hooray.
Thank you, Sydney. Hope it's grayed out.
Of course, you know that eventually online voting is going to come at us.
We keep getting asked that by voters, don't we? Or potential voters, yeah. Just
The
vote
only
by
way
phone.
they're trying to do is make sure they can find a way to make it secure.
I don't know how that would be yet, but.
Yes.
The only way you do that was Social Security.
In our lifetime, would it happen?
I don't think so.
Canada. Canada is exclusive during COVID, exclusive by phone.
As to a second location in Mount Airy on the other side of town, we might, would the Mount Airy School Systems Administrative Building be open?
I don't think you can have parking. I think they're gonna have to go park at Riverside Park.
I threw it out there and I said,
Get the firehouse back there. The drive-through, there's no round in the back.
No, and you really don't have that much parking there.
I was saying that in jest.
Yeah.
Uh,
Location wise, it'd be great. We have made many, many, many notes on, our wish list to go ahead and be preparing for budget. Scanners for every laptop, handheld scanners with photo ID that made for so many less mistakes on spellings of names or, but you'll see in the provisionals tonight, there's those, a lot of precincts that didn't have them and some that did, we still had issues with misspellings. But I think a lot of times that's a hearing issue between the voter and the poll worker, but it did catch and alleviate so many cancels that we've had to do in the past for misspellings.
That moves
I think that
Things
money would
to a
be,
higher level of efficiency.
yeah, it'd be well spent to have those for each laptop.
And the age of a lot of our laptops is a
Oh, we've got,
issue.
Yeah, that's the other issue.
and again, MIS is telling us there's so many of ours, it's not gonna support Windows 11. I forget what number something, but so basically they are gonna have to be, I mean, some are that thick laptops.
Like,
I mean, they're like, yeah. Andrew asked if he could stand at the top of a cliff and throw them off if we do get to replace them. But some are sitting there spinning what for 5 days, updates for 5 days. All right, that is all for that one. And if you all want to take a little bit of a break, it's 1:30. We'll start back at 2. You're welcome to stay here, but we'll start with some absentee by mail that we can. We do have some remarks there. We have 21 or 22 pending review, so you all will look at all those. And we can do, we can start to some preliminary provisional before 5, but we will have to wait until 5 to do any votes or anything because we got to give folks the time. Yeah, and Robin is checking the mailbox, the PO box twice today. We'll go about 4 for the next run, so.
it's 1:30, so we'll take a 30-minute recess, come back at 2,
Again, y'all are welcome, stay, whatever you want, if y'all want.
push back.
Bojangles ain't that.
Y'all need your water?
Don't mind, and we should be good. Camera.
We're back in session now.
Remember I said 75 to begin with? We have 22 affidavit review pending.
I notice out in the foyer, we have people here on the deadline with a date coming in, following up on provisional.
Steady stream,
Oh, good, good.
during the day.
How many have been here in the last few days, you think?
Gosh, I'd say since Monday, we've had 20 people come or email. I had 8 emails this morning.
That's excellent.
So we've had at least, I'd say 20 this week. Of course, we were here Monday. We weren't open, but we were still email and call. Cindy called a ton over the weekend and on Monday to remind, hey, the deadline is,
Mhm.
so we give them a extra nudge.
So, what's on the agenda?
All right, well, if you all want to start with, like usual, we'll start with the affidavit review pending ones. And which is, we have 21 of those. So if you all want to look at those and let us run those first, then we can go back and do the reports, you know, the way we have been doing them. And the sheets are on these. And then, of course, you should have the folded sheets there with either the social, driver's license, or they may have checked disability or illness that does not require that.
So these have gone through either a cure or,
No, they have the photo ID exception form.
okay.
Have a recommendation on these.
They
But-
do, those are recommend approval, but
Okay.
Thank you.
mhm.
You have either confirmed through social security number or driver's license
Driver's
number.
license, whatever they provided.
They are who they say.
Or if they did not provide, they checked a reasonable impediment that does not require either of the numbers.
Meets the legislative standard.
Correct.
I'm moving.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Information sheets down.
Whatever you wish.
How many of these did you say there were?
21.
21. Okay.
Do you think you want to do that from in here? No. Pending. Once they get done. Report. Do the report.
Yeah.
No, just one thing, just hang tight, but when they get done, yeah, we'll upgrade.
A lot. So,
Got the list right here. Affidavit review pending. No, no, it's not. And it's been the practice of this board, they want to review everyone that has that review. And again, that was 21. Uh-huh.
Michelle,
yeah, I looked at that one too.
Yep.
this one says confirm last four social security.
There's no last one.
No, they,
Oh, it's just disability or illness.
Yep.
Okay. Let's say, I don't.
hospitalized at time of election.
Change my thing on
Is
that.
that-
That needs to be just, that's just nothing to confirm, it's just complete, so just strike through that.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
saw.
Person check disability or illness, thank you for. Now,
Is that the only note that needs to be just
Yeah, I
strike through
initial-
that?
Strike through that, yeah,
I
thank
mean,
you.
Do you keep any count of, how many are social security, how many are driver license number, how many fall into the different categories?
No, the reasonable impediment categories, yes. There's a report we can run that tells you that reasonable impediment. But it would not list the numbers, no.
I just wondered if the state kept a database of that kind of information. That would be interesting statewide
I
for
think they can.
some of these,
Mhm.
you know, I mean, because it's,
A snapshot of the percentage.
it really would be.
Yeah, it would be.
You know, I'm into data
Without
like
showing
that.
the number, obviously.
Even down to the, well, that's really granular, but it's still,
Yeah.
that's a,
Think. I gotta look, but there's an exception to the exception form that you're supposed to pull before you destroy the ballot, that I don't think we can be in possession of those exception forms after the election,
Oh, okay.
after
Exception
canvas,
forms are-
because they have confidential
Right.
Right.
information.
Right.
Additional exception form, shows that report of what the reasonable.
For the provisionals, but we can do it for here too. Kind of report for the absentees.
I look at it and I think about all the different ways that you can, you know, the voter ID was so important. And yet there are so many ways that you can not provide voter ID. I mean, let's be
That's,
fair.
yes, that's just
I'd
reality. Yeah.
I'd be interested to know if you, perhaps that's the reasons why that statistical information will not be available or gathered.
If you just hit disability or illness, you don't have to provide anything.
That's the end of the story.
Or lack of transportation or family responsibilities.
There are many ways around it.
Yeah.
And you can
Someone-
write other and check,
Right.
which of course this board has seen other has been incarcerated.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I
Quite
asked
a
the
few.
question.
Lack of
But not
transportation is
convicted.
considered a legitimate.
Being
Reasonable
held,
impediment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Higher-
misdemeanor, yeah.
Goes to my point.
saw one in there hospitalized.
Yes.
I mean, what did we do, Sydney? 2 medical emergency election day? On it just 2? I think we did 2, but the one never came and got it. Maybe that was it. But anyway, we did have a medical emergency. You can do, an absentee by mail that you can print and hand to someone that is just filled out the request form if the person is in the hospital. And it just happened.
But when they're in the hospital, they should still have the social security number available, and so you think.
Yeah, I'm saying just to be able to, we cannot ever produce an absentee ballot and hand it to someone except on election day. That's the only time it doesn't have to go through the mail.
So I think the realization has come to many. I'm not speaking against voter ID or for voter ID. I just think the realization came somewhere down the line that there are so many cases where it's not practical. When somebody's trying to vote for reasons that are beyond perhaps that person's ability at the time they're trying to vote absentee,
Well,
as evidenced by a lot of those things. And having it has made the job of election workers so much easier. I'm not suggesting to go back. So many loopholes to it that someone in the building this system had to have recognized we need to make a lot of exceptions to.
well, they were doing it as they went for sure, because
Yeah.
that exception form, I think we went through 4 or 5 before it was the final. State
Yeah.
board, before it was the final version to make sure legally it had met all the requirements or.
I wonder what the refined system will look like 10 years from now, 12 years from now.
Yeah,
And-
and with that, Clark, just now, we had a situation that this person has 0 photo ID, none. Nonverbal.
Hmm.
And, came back, have tried every way in the world. They did the photo ID, got the photo ID made, but we cannot give the photo ID because they were not registered.
Hmm.
Can't give it to
Yeah.
them,
Unless they're registered.
Without being registered.
so
Yeah.
that has, so again,
And
that, and I asked the guardian, anything you can think of. There is nothing except the photo ID we had made with you all. So
I would be.
And to pull that thread a little further, Clark, to your point, going from a driver's license or government ID to the voter ID, and then all the additional acceptable photo IDs.
Right.
Just, makes that process, to me, dilutes the process and makes it more difficult for our poll workers and for the voters. Do I need a voter ID? Or can I just use my driver's license? Or, what do I
Can I
need?
use?
And the list is now, this
Yeah.
long. So,
we did have,
But-
I'd say on one hand, absentee voters who did nothing here because they thought that took care of everything. So there was a little confusion there, but again, I would say on one hand that I had that.
okay,
And when
that's
I
not bad.
called the voter, oh, but I did that yellow sheet, I thought that took care of everything. No, you have to sign, you still have to get two witnesses or a notary.
Yeah.
So they said, yeah, the yellow sheet, and I said, well, no, it's the yellow boxes. Well, I didn't see anything on that. Oh, yeah, there's 4 pages of instructions. But again, it's a lot,
It
it's
is.
a lot.
It is.
You need a,
We need a bipartisan team to check the seals on the blank ballots here and the DS-200. And then if you all are good, we will open these and run them.
the 21 that we just passed through,
They look good.
everything,
It seems.
Okay.
yeah. We have approval for the 21.
No challenges.
Okay, that's done. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, universal ID. I know what he was asking. If there's some way of creating a universal ID that works with all of it. It's hard.
You can get a state issue, a government issue photo ID.
Well, I had a friend, very close friend, back in Winston-Salem. And every time he moved, and he moved a lot, he was a single guy. He moved from one rooming house to another, finally got an apartment. And every time he moved, he had no problem getting a new ID. He would call up, tell him a new address, and they would get a new ID, he had the photo, his photo. It's him a new photo. He didn't have a driver's license. So he just had a photo ID. It's issued by the DMV. He never had a problem getting a new ID. He just called him up. And if they needed a new photo, he would stop by. They'd take him every 5 years. And they had the photo on file. And he moved, sometimes he moved twice in 1 year. Okay. He was that way. He didn't have a problem getting a new ID.
It's fine, way to get one into the hands of every person that wants to vote. Issue. That's the thing. And some people don't, the only time that they would ever use it is to vote.
He's right. But
And Lord knows, I think every single human being that is in this United States that is a citizen
to vote.
that wants to vote should vote. And I think everyone should vote. Make it as easy as we can. Yeah, I think it's all wound up about, I don't remember what the final percentage was, but that's
About
about it.
25%. Didn't vote.
Well, ask Jimmy, he nailed it.
How many people did? vote in Surrey County?
23%.
I've already put it out of my mind. No,
No,
76%.
Voted. So 24% didn't vote.
Or couldn't vote.
And that was down from what, 80% and 20, wasn't it? Around 80?
No, it's just a 1.4%.
1.4.
1.4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Registered voter. And if you don't vote, you give it up. That's your franchise. You gave it up.
We were all
And I've had
guessing what the
friends
percentage would be.
tell me that they didn't vote, and I said,
Before
they
the
didn't have
election.
anything to say.
Don't say, nationwide, it's higher than that.
We three lost on the president with with our predictions. Remember, I said Stein was 55% and the other 45, but I wasn't counting the lesser. So Mark, he got about 40%.
Yeah.
55 to 40.
Statewide. Yeah.
But I think this also, if you trace it back, when they stopped teaching civics in high school, you trace it back, you'll see a correlation between those who don't vote and who didn't have civics in school.
I would think there would be a direct
There's a
correlation.
correlation to that.
Yeah.
And civics teaches you your responsibilities as a citizen.
It seems to be coming back. at
It's
least
coming back
in
now.
North
Oh,
Carolina.
yeah, it's coming back.
Which is good.
Things like that are always in a state of flux.
Something
It
that
was-
should be.
It was after the Vietnam War, most people was down on institutions, down with the military more after. But I mean, that was when my time would have been to go in or join or something.
Yeah. My time too.
ROTC was down. I mean, but it's come back, it's things just ebbs and flows.
You see the latest statistic of those men and women that are volunteering for the military. 77% cannot pass the physical.
Right.
77%
That's,
cannot pass the physical.
there's a direct correlation there in Dorito.
Exactly.
And while
Also,
still on that,
physical activities,
No, that's the other one.
it's not required now to take physical education.
you all don't mind, can we go ahead and open military because these are gonna be remarks? Are you all good with that?
Sure.
Did they verify
Please.
the seal? Okay.
The team verify the seal, she's fixing to break.
Bipartisan team.
You're gonna get it, you got it.
Nine 073 and 072.
This is 7-3.
Okay, good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your end of the table is not supposed to get any of those.
That's what y'all were trying to tell me.
Yeah, that's the top of it all.
Yes, it does.
I had an opener. Did I not have one in my hand?
I need to run next door and get a date stamp and approval stamp.
Oh, I got it right here on the table.
Great, I don't have to run it. Watch me run.
right there. My letter, my letter.
Ah, there you go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. There's Bob Hyatt used to sell a lot of this shop right over there. Sure, Steve saw it.
Oh,
Well, he's shop right.
Not one for running. Not, not built for running.
Okay, you guys wanna start the first one?
We'd be glad to.
Precinct 30. And then ballot file B7.
You got it.
I'm assuming some are coming our way.
I think so.
But we,
Zeros for supplemental absentee.
gosh,
You want to know, but.
Rachel.
Yep, I think so.
Jackson,
Jackson,
Give me that machine number, Sydney, BS.
Holmes,
19
Sarah
11
Taylor,
617.
Thank you.
Tasha Marcus,
Marcus,
Braxton Winston,
Winston, Marshall.
Zero two for the machine opening up.
what's the header?
Harris,
Riggs. Bill Phoenix,
Thompson,
Gilbert, and
Let me mark these.
I'm
You want
good,
mine?
I'm good either way.
That one came by mail, so it's a ballot, so that's why I moved it over there.
Bill Sullivan,
Southern,
Scott Needham,
Needham,
Russell Hine,
Hyatt,
Bob Harris,
Harris,
Richard Hoover,
Remington,
Haley Sullivan,
Sullivan,
Okay, y'all get to play in the game too.
All right.
Want stuff?
Oh,
You
okay.
mark, okay.
Falling out with
All right, double check.
Holmes,
Precinct 34,
34.
B4.
Before again. Good.
against,
Okay. Done. Pops. Al Weatherman. Bishop. Dave Bullock.
I'll have to have B1s for sure. It looks like soon.
Alfie. Well,
never did you. You already have that.
yes, I have.
Yeah, but you don't.
Yeah, that'll work.
Ryder,
Thank you.
Jefferson G. Griffin. Murray. Valerie Zachary.
Zero days.
Thank you.
Valid.
Okay, thank you.
Eddie Settle.
You want to travel, you want me to just take it?
Just double check me there.
Sarah Stevens.
We'll do that.
Thank you, sir.
Angela Puckett.
15.
Bill Sutton.
There we go. Ready?
Come on, there's
Van Tucker.
Harris.
Hubbard.
Melissa
Hubbard.
W. Hyatt.
Hmm.
Harris. Randall Moore. And Dan Reeves Brandt.
Dave Bowler.
Tom Warren Horton.
Steve Dodge. Mike Posey.
Um, Water and Soil.
Bracken Wilson. Lane Marshall.
Deborah Cochran.
Mo Green.
David Paul. Blank.
Allison Reed.
Lincoln. It's, amendment is 4.
Tom Murray. Valerie Zachary.
You vote no?
Let's not do it. Might be doing that. Harris. Stein. Bishop. Collison. Winston. Green. Bird. Zachary. Freeman. Chris Freeman. Just a trade.
Sure thing. Thank you.
87. Kim Magic.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that'd be perfect. All right, thank you so much. Bless you.
And
Three.
Good.
Harris.
Okay.
Dave Magic.
Magic.
Raleigh Scales.
Virginia Fox.
Now we've got a writing.
Mark
Five
Robinson.
Writing.
All right in. Okay.
Jalen. Capital J.
Hal
Yeah,
Weatherly.
you know. And
Good. David. Virginia.
Dan Bishop.
the
And they have voted.
Dave Gold.
Very interesting.
oh, yeah, no question about that.
Mike Mosey.
That's what I want you to look at it again when.
Yeah,
Just
Brad.
make sure.
Well, when you get, you know what we expect for them to look like when they start one way.
Yeah. That was definitely a decision making.
I'm trying to save you.
I know it. Here I am.
Valerie Zachary.
If you're late.
No, let's see.
Oh. Thought that thing looked strange. I had one ring. You saw what it done.
It's a 2-page ballot.
Eddie Settle.
50, 26, oh, one.
Sarah Stevens. Angela Puckett.
Okay.
Bill
Okay.
Southern.
Virginia Fox.
Virginia Tucker.
Robinson.
Robinson.
Melissa Hyatt.
Letterman.
Oh, this was
Molly Scales.
Okay. Okay,
And I
we'll,
don't think it goes with that.
no,
Steve,
we'll marry it
Soil
back.
and water is planned.
Thank you. Yeah, just,
According to the constitutional limit for
Luke, Farley, Brandon,
Chad Brown. Right.
Murray,
I'll bring it to you.
Okay.
Chris Freeman. Eddie Settle,
Eddie Settle.
Sarah Stevens.
Stevens.
Be right.
Okay.
Okay.
One time, the election going on.
Those so.
Scott Needham,
Needham?
Scott Needham,
I think.
Melissa Hyde,
Yeah.
Harris.
Bill Day.
I like it. Raleigh Scales.
Sometimes.
William Dalton. And
No, it's just,
I know, and
Right.
no, it just, they stepped out of line with one of them, you know. Then back in line.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. They will. That's the kind of catchy device to buy. Pull on one way and also they switch.
oh, center line.
Good. Oh, let's go sleep.
Or woke up briefly.
That could be true.
And the speaker guy do that. Really? What's that?
Goes in the wheel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Save yourself, Steve. Come on.
They've had a break, so y'all get a little break.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Take that. No,
She has
sometimes you can tell.
been black. Thank you.
You're exactly right. That one, we had a specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
wasn't the right on any of them.
Yeah, they were making decisions.
Yes. They'd give us talk to him.
Okay.
Amen.
Right. All righty.
I'm
Donald J. Trump,
Oh.
Virginia Fox,
My belt.
Remind me of a friend of mine.
Mark Robinson. Weather,
He viewed the world that way.
Dan Bishop,
Well, you know, whatever.
Dave Bolick,
And it's hard to figure.
Steve Cochran,
On things because I consider myself.
Mike
really
Causey,
not biased in certain aspects of things.
Farley,
Some
Hound,
extremely this way.
Morrow,
Understand.
Brad Briner,
Man.
Tom
I'm
Murray,
that way. Very much so.
Gosh, it's rain, isn't it?
or
Sounds good.
I can't. It's raining.
Chris Freeman,
Oh, okay, thank you.
Eddie Settle,
Thank you, sir.
Sarah Stevens,
45,
Angela B. Puckett,
34, 05.
Bill Southern, Dan Tucker,
For my TV station. I'm from.
Melissa W. Hyde.
Trump.
She was there.
Yeah,
Yes,
She was my
Mark Robinson.
Years ago when I ran for clerk.
Oh, I'd be darned.
Rachel.
She was a Democrat.
Yeah.
Admitted. Did you see that word? Admitted.
Harris, yeah.
You Hanover County Board of Elections had made a mistake.
She's a sweet girl.
Always
But
have.
didn't explicitly say whether state board believes
Oh,
violates state law.
Yeah, exactly. Dale Badger.
Me,
Well,
Right. Right.
Scales.
On,
On,
Next one is blank.
and that's what Mark.
Feel really bad.
Good lady, Mark.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here.
Yes.
Thompson. Ed.
Eldridge.
Got now, so
Staley.
Staley.
And Badger.
She's good.
And
Okay. Okay.
Southern.
Southern.
And Grant.
Oh, no, no, no.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Judy.
I'm doing that for you, so.
Mark Welch.
Well.
Howard Wright.
Okay.
Irvin. M-A-R-V-I-N. Andre. A, capital A, N, J, E.
Have been friends for a long
Nance, capital N-A-N-C-E. It's the second. Have voted four.
It was good personality.
Okay.
Three things.
All righty.
Yeah.
Won't we change it? We'll trade off. Mix it up a little bit.
That's very possible.
Al Weatherman.
Yes, ma'am. Like where you filed at.
David Bowie.
Keeps it straight.
You're not mix them up that way.
Oxford. Mike Causey. Man. Phil Moore.
For me, that was the same precinct, so I'm like,
Really?
questioning my,
You got. You forgot.
yeah, see,
You
I
can't
didn't even
stand it up.
hand it to you.
Trying to get into some exercise.
33,
Valerie Zachary.
19.
Trump. Chris Freeman.
Virginia Funny.
Fox.
Mark
87.
Robinson.
Al Weatherman.
Weatherman.
Sarah Stevens.
David Bishop.
Bishop.
Dave Bowie.
Ezra Puckett.
Steve Foster. Mike Colby,
Bill Southern,
Luke Farley,
Luke.
Dan Tucker,
Ed Brown,
Melissa Hyatt,
Michelle Morrow,
No,
Brad
John
Brown,
Harris,
Jefferson Griffin,
Dale Badgett,
Tom Murray, Martin,
Holly Scales,
Valerie Zachary,
Zachary.
William Lee Dalton Jr.,
Freeman,
Jim Folk.
Katie Settle,
So,
Sarah
Right.
Badge, good.
Thank you.
Katie Skills. William Dalton, Dalton.
Good.
Can you put that inside of that one, please?
I will.
Thank you, sir.
Jessica Holmes, Tabor, Bill Green, Harris, Briggs, Kenny Thompson, Ed Eldridge. Martin E. Moore,
Thank you.
And
4630, 630, and 06.
left blank, left blank, next one, Scott Needle,
Covered.
blank. Next one, Marjorie Collins,
Jeff Jackson,
Jackson.
blank,
Holmes,
William Lee Dalton,
Sarah Tabor,
and against.
Marshall Marcus, Aaron,
Any more?
No,
Carol,
Thompson.
Ed Eldridge,
Did you notice that? I didn't notice it. The first one that's coded. Alphabetical order.
Now, I'm not sure how that's going.
Yeah. Never noticed it until just now. Daily. Yeah.
There must be some other way.
Must be something going on there.
The next two races are blind.
Blank,
Got Needham.
need 'em.
The last two races are blind.
Mm.
Now we have a write-in candidate,
Okay, right in.
Frank B.
Frank.
Frank, capital BEALS.
B
BEALS. Next race is left blank,
blank,
and they have voted for William Dolphin.
Dolphin.
And they have voted against the Constitution.
What's that? But there are a couple that are out of that.
Yeah.
Alphabetical order.
Computer generates which one's gonna be on top in each one of them.
Look at the draw.
Wait. That-
Most of them are alphabetical.
So there's no browner hair.
This is
Yeah.
the first day of Morris Wheeler, and I knew I regretted it.
Because you might be the
No, there's a lot of reasons
No, it's
that we won't get into.
no. Where to live through that.
Let's leave that out.
Done dealt with that. Don't want to think about it.
But you are.
But once you live through it, you don't.
Okay. Sure.
That one.
$21.
I'm not sure how
Pardon
many
me?
she said.
33.
33.
And I meant to say too, at the beginning of the meeting, we have no pending cures.
Ah, good.
What?
No pending cures for absentee by mail. Everyone that had a cure cured themselves.
That's great.
Super.
Here. Okay, now are you all good to still pull 20 random?
Mm-hmm.
I keep looking for a bigger stack, but this is it. And you are gonna have one remark here. It's the VIP portal. So other than that, you should have.
Was those the ones that come in on election day?
Mhm.
Really?
You should have 41 civilian. Sydney, I think that the report, yeah, you did right there. So we should have 41 civilian.
Has any come in that was too late? Really?
Pay tax.
Yeah.
I hope it's a small number.
41.
Is this a special place you gotta keep them? You have to keep the ones coming late.
They're right here. There's 4 came in late,
Ain't bad.
and 1, just don't say, but was late last time, and I hate, again,
This is a repeat.
Oh,
mhm.
down the road.
Anyway, you got 4 after deadline. 1 was yesterday.
By mail, such a lot.
By mail. Yeah.
That's really late.
Twenty.
Still ain't good, you know, I count them on this thing.
I know. This was a 0, take.
And I'm still gonna do that.
That's fine. Count, recount. Sometimes about 18 times. It's 11 o'clock at
Just
night.
add it.
We're like, oh.
Just to have it, I'm gonna, you know, when they start 20 there, I wanna make sure there's 20 when they get here.
This
Like
one.
for the penny in the bank.
Yeah. Only this penny's even more important than that penny.
Yes, and then, again, this board made the determination to pull 20 random each meeting. Or if we didn't have 20, whatever that number was.
Typically, the staff that most boards of elections does this, here the board chooses.
These are just the ones that came in on Wednesday, they all already met.
Yes, we met at 5 o'clock on the 4th for the others.
Better bring the ship back into the classroom. You know, from the Board of Election, the Board of Education.
I'm glad that I sign after you do. What you're looking at my signature.
Like I said, I still use a pen when I write a letter, I still use a diplomat pen.
Have you heard from Barbara lately?
I'm sorry.
Barbara, have you heard from her?
No, I hope to catch up with her after things calm down.
Yeah.
She and I texted each other yesterday.
Oh,
Okay.
She seems to be doing good.
Really think a lot of both of them.
Good folks.
Yep.
Is the board okay if I go ahead and open the remainder? Be running those.
Well, I don't see a match in that signature in any way, shape. Yeah.
I know.
Do a thing.
Oh, yeah. No, what is that? Think about it, when you have to sign the license, you got a space
Yeah.
right here,
If the last
And
light is
here-
for signature.
and here you've got a. I mean, really, that could impact that.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was that much. Same thing here. This. Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you ever look at that?
Yes, I did. Yeah, if I set it down, that's, I viewed it.
They'll always come from college campuses. If student,
Yeah, I think so.
Some of them,
Yeah,
That's parents staying on them to get them in this late.
yeah,
exactly right.
I agree.
are going.
Oh.
Good to see you, isn't it?
This is the first time voter here. You know, Jimmy,
Sorry,
the first time voter.
I did see that. I think there was one up, oh, no. There was another one down.
Yeah. That one just made it on the line. No, I believe that happens.
All look good. All look good.
Yes.
Appreciate it. And Clark and Paul, would you all do this remark? This is the VIP, visually impaired portal.
Okay. We have here.
And these one. Me right in, I haven't done that yet. Can I bring your pen?
Certainly. President. Donald J.
This one looks a little different, Dwayne. It's the VIP, but the dates down there, it looks a little bit like military, but there.
Josh Stein. Rachel Hunt. Dan Bishop.
Yeah.
Auditor is Jessica Holmes. Steve Clarkson. Lee. Farley. Ted Brown. Green. Green. Bruno.
Right.
Elsie Riggs. Tom Murray. Murray. Valerie Zachary. Zachary. Chris Freeman.
Freeman.
Settle. Eddie Settle.
Settle.
Sarah Stevens.
Stephen.
Angela Puckett.
Puckett.
Bill Southern.
Southern.
Ben Tucker.
Booker.
Melissa Hyatt.
Hyatt.
Todd Harris.
Harris.
Dale Badgett.
Badger.
Molly East Gavins.
Turned out 50.
Scales.
Dalton.
So we went through,
Dalton.
I think I used 4 out of 8. Partial. Mhm.
Number 14.
11, 14.
Drew, you got a new phone? New case? Maybe I just don't see you with your phone that much.
See what's on me TV now.
I don't know what it's this, but that's what's done.
Patrick Swayze's gonna be on MASH tonight.
Was,
Was he a child?
Oh, he was born 52.
Oh, was he? Okay, well.
Yeah, he was a soldier, they found out had
Oh,
leukemia.
okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Somebody's.
Sorry, going one direction. Here.
People in North Carolina know how to split their ticket, don't they? Was that past election,
74 is what it should be.
getting famous for that.
74.
When you
So we
Like,
had
candidates, so
21 affidavit review pending, which you all approved,
Mhm.
41 civilian, including the one VIP, and then military and overseas, we had 12. So a total of 74, and the machine says 74.
They close the polls and
For her to close the polls, do you all want to see the screen? Up to you all.
print the date.
Let's look.
Here we go.
Let's look at it.
We're gonna sign the tape.
Can I vote again? Going like that.
Okay.
Our grand
Shut her
total
down.
is 74, and before the affidavit review pending, they were 53. 21 review pending.
Excuse for a minute, folks.
Well, instead, some others have came in, so. But
Well-
groups are calling them and texting them, so many groups are, because
Some others come in.
for the provisionals, they're bringing their ID or have a document or
Yeah.
whatever was lacking. Yeah, you keep calling me. No, it's not us, but we're glad you called us. And then the lady, I went out and I said, no, it's not our office. And she said, well, I have a voicemail on the plate. And she played it and it was Sydney. And I said, yeah, no, that is our office. That was the initial call.
You mean they have people call them? that
Oh,
know
yeah.
They voted provisional?
We had a voter yesterday. There were 2 people at his door there to get him to follow up on his ballot.
Kid.
And the people called and wanted all the information, and Andrew said, I cannot give you that.
Right.
And so he said, you would need a voter to call. He said, oh, he's right here. The voter said, yeah, the 2 men are here. Okay. Well, they're not from our office. First of all, but.
Is that from the one that's still in doubt?
Mm-mm, mm-mm,
People from there?
mm-mm.
Are these
They're
organizations?
advocacy groups, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And a lot of texts. They're doing a lot of
How
texts.
do they think it's gonna change anything if it's not for the people that's gonna not be involved with the recount?
No, it's to get their vote to count, their provisional ballot to count.
Yeah.
Whatever they're missing could be curable.
And
So
there's
these
groups that
groups
know
are, oh,
that
yeah,
know about it?
oh, yeah, because that data is public.
Yeah.
See, we have to do a survey, provisional survey the day after election and the next day to get a better hold, so the state can determine how many are out there. And so that's public, and then those names, who's lacking what
Well, I just
is
don't,
available.
I don't see the reason if it's just when all the ones is decided. Why do they, when the races are decided,
Well,
why they do it?
It's to ensure that the law is, that we are following the law, basically, the new law. Yeah.
That's one, I can see that.
Within the recount margin, and they will be able to identify
Mhm.
who some of those voters are and what their party affiliation is.
Yeah, so
And you
one
can
side
be
may be
certain.
working a little harder than the other.
Right. Right.
Well, I can see that group, why, but the other,
They'll know how many provisional ballots are out amongst their party's
Yeah.
voters statewide.
Right.
And whether it would make enough difference to be worth making those calls.
Mhm.
And that's probably why there's not been a recount that's already called for.
Every vote counts.
Yes.
Yes.
If they get the
It,
information.
it counts, correct.
Make
If,
it statistically worthwhile asking for that recount.
well, I can
that's
see
why
that
I
one.
feel the writing's,
It was the,
Mhm.
Nixon Kennedy campaign. And it was so close that they asked Nixon if he wanted to recount. He said, I'll not put the nation through that. Because it was that close, but he decided not, and recount would have taken place in Chicago.
Or they point.
Yeah.
No, he just, no,
Point
he
message.
said, I won't put the nation through it.
Simpler time.
Mhm.
thank you, sir.
Hey, he got his turn still.
Hmm?
He come back, got his turn.
I think this is the first election I've been through that we don't have any pending cures out there for absentee, so
That's, I think it's just.
That's,
very pleased.
that's a good statistic though.
I think it does show that people take it serious
Yeah.
and do want the follow-up if there is follow-up. Because I feel like we've had more ability to contact people and with fresh phone numbers.
Mhm.
If you don't have that, you don't have anything. Yeah.
Right there.
Can't believe it. I have a little paperclip fetish. I love to use them. They're everywhere.
All right, let's see, hold on, I lost one of the spots. There we go.
Don't make a
John,
search for it.
John would be
I
disappointed in you.
know, there we go.
This is the John Hunt method.
Can you
Results
imagine?
next.
He did that.
Ask John.
Doing good. He called us.
I'm sorry.
Can you imagine?
Oh, he's still a little stuffy, but he said,
Did he get sick with it? Oh, really?
he said he felt
Product
really
comes in
sad
your
the first
back.
few days. I was so. He said his energy was back, but he still, you could tell on the phone, he was still stuffy.
And I was right beside of him,
But his wife did not get sick, thank goodness.
shook his hand and done everything up there.
The guy in the sample hand to eye,
Which
I used
Just amazing.
fingertips after him, pencils, everything. I just knew.
I think about 2 years ago during canvas, when
Oh, all these ballots.
I sit right here at this table as we did canvas and had COVID and didn't know it. Bad and didn't know it. Left from here and went to the doctor. And nobody else got it. How in the world?
everybody's immune system is different.
Oh, you bet.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
the
I've
second you
had.
have to weigh best.
I think I've
They
had
don't
7
leave
or 8 of
any-
them.
Any residue.
Everyone.
Completely residue, they don't have to smell. Those bits you get, they're the best. Yes, they're the best, because they don't, they leave your hand.
And as often as they,
Yes.
if they're tipping, I go back and find it, and I'll go.
Every now and then.
It's not hurt, it's not.
Are you about
It's
running
not
out?
hurt my appetite any, and it's not hurt anything else, so we don't let me get COVID shots, I don't think.
I think they should have those in every church meeting. The little ones like that.
Our
It's
church,
mandatory that you do it
this
after. you
past
take
Sunday, it's the first day our church started back passing the plate.
Oh, no, ours has been for.
Sure how we
Passing the
can
plate.
Well,
We
do that.
started this past Sunday.
I used to raise.
There's been 3 different times, the whole church had to shut down. It went through there like wildfire.
Wow.
Fairview. 2 or 3 times.
That's why I was so concerned about the Mount Airy early voting site. the last Thursday it was open, I thought, we were thinking, well, that's election day chief judges. Well, all of them were in
Pass that on.
precincts.
Sorry. Okay, Michelle, where are we now?
I'll give you the statistics for the period.
It's okay.
So ballots not returned, 709 civilian, 8 military, and 15 overseas.
Repeat that, please.
8 military and 15 overseas, for a total of 732 ballots not returned. Civilian received not okay, 60. And then ballots returned okay, 1,471 civilian, 46 military, 42 overseas, for a group total of 1,559 ballots returned okay. And then the final grand total was 2,351. Wayne, there are the statistics, 3 of those, and then the report showing that we did 74 today. Everybody can sign the back sheet of those 2, or the last sheet.
You need all 3 of these signed.
Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Just gonna leave this one provisional, right? But it's not. Watch me hit my shin over that.
So y'all said something like, gonna do supper here?
Drew's getting hungry.
I hadn't even. I've been holding on since I heard that,
You been what?
holding on.
This one's last numbers. Sure.
You said it was 60 civilian not okay? It's coming back.
Yeah. Mhm. Here you go.
So how are those rejected?
These are
Various reasons?
spoils that like included after deadline.
Okay.
Spoiled, and they didn't want to do ballots, that kind of thing.
All right.
Any more numbers you need?
And then it's like 46 military.
A military 46 total that were accepted.
Accepted,
Mhm.
okay.
And then overseas 42.
Okay. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
That was the grand total,
That's the grand total
Yeah.
for the period.
not just today.
Correct, yeah. That's the cumulative total.
brought the ballot, took the ballot box out of supplemental absentee and brought back over the Mountaineer agent, so there's developing.
Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully sealed until it's time to destroy those records, whenever that is. There's no lawsuits. We've already got 15 public records requests.
Post-election
Well,
or,
no.
oh, okay,
Oh, yeah, post-election,
Okay.
but some were, about 5 were before,
okay.
very close to the end of early voting. Pretty extensive.
Hmm.
Thank you. Okay, y'all, so we can. Again, I can get something to eat, because I know we're gonna, we'll start at 5. If you all want to do an early supper. We
Well,
do
so
have a
you-
little bit of time, but we do need to start right at 5 if we can.
How
with the
long do you
provisions.
predict that will last?
Well, Dwayne mentioned that, you all will approve or disapprove by group. So that will make it, go quicker, but you
Right.
do have partials, there's some partials that the board will have to remark. If the board accepts to approve those partials. Wrong precinct, different ballot style,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't eligible for everything they voted for because of that. So those is we're probably gonna get started on those first, let you all be remarking. And then once that's over, we'll present the categories.
3:39.
Think if we could get something. 4:15, 4:20. That would have enough time for us to eat and be ready to start at 5. Or
I'm all for that.
sometime after 4.
Okay.
That's not long.
No, it's 3:33 now.
You could swear off the candy.
So you want a motion to
Table.
temporarily adjourn?
We could recess.
Reset.
We could recess until 5 p.m. for the provisional ballot. So we stand at recess. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call our session back to order for our absentee board meeting, November 14th, for the 5 p.m. session for provisional ballot review. So thank everybody for being with us, and give us just a moment and we'll get started with reports and what we need to get started with, looking at our provisional ballot.
Good, Sydney? Okay, all right, I'll give you the statistics as of 4:20. We've not had anything to come in since 4:20. So provisionals not approved, staff recommends 262, 28 partial ballots, and then 207 recommend approval, for a total of 497. We'll get into the categories beyond this.
Thank you for what we just had.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Paul,
Yes,
for-
thank you very much.
for your
Very
time.
Thank you.
This big portion of the day. What we'll do, Dwayne, as you and I discussed, I think, give them to the board as a group. And then if you all want to see a random, or if you want to see one, absolutely, let us know. But I think for it to go as smoothly as we can, and just know that every provisional ballot you see, there has been 2 and sometimes 3 sets of eyes. Not only just skimming over it, but doing the full research, 3 sets of eyes. So these have been worked on for 9 days. So it's not, there's no willy-nilly, oh, not registered, we won't count that. That, it's DMV research, it's the state board voter lookup tool, it is,
Get those like sheets.
yeah, one of the provision, well, I get right here.
Hard to see it.
So the areas that we look at, first is the provisional application signed. Because if it's not signed, it doesn't matter, good, bad, whatever, it's not gonna count unless we have a signature. Because as you know, this will get folks registered. So if they have been removed, or if they've moved and they did a provisional ballot because they did not re-register in Surrey County, the good thing, this is gonna get them registered. Whether it's approved or not, doesn't matter. It's still gonna get them registered. So we do start there, and then we look at, were they registered in voter view? And then were they given the correct ballot style? The address in voter view is looked at, new precinct versus old precinct. Did they move more than 30 days ago? That kind of thing. Then we go down to the registration issue. If they have not registered, we can't find any record of their registration. Gives us all the areas to look at. So we're in voter view. We are in the absentee review queue, incomplete queue, the archive queue, and then the statewide duplicate check. Then we get into the DMV research.
Okay.
Then if we don't find what we need through there, we go to the photo ID. Was it a photo ID issue? And was the voter subject to present a HAVA ID? Those kind of issues. And was it a voting or ballot issue? And so I don't think we have any that were the voting or ballot issue at the very bottom. Most of that, I think, is for primary, like it's the wrong ballot, not party ballot. So just know that a lot of time has been spent on these, and like I said, 2 to 3 sets of eyes have seen them. So when we recommend, it's thorough research for that recommendation. There is a provisional checklist on each one that I just read from, with the dates and reasons, and on the back of the envelopes, there are comments about research that we have done. If you all would like, we can start with the recommend approval, with the partials, if that's okay, because that's where the board will have to remark 20 some, what did I say?
28.
28?
28.
Potentially 28. Are you all good to start with those? You all set?
Might as well, yes.
Yes.
First, we need a bipartisan team to check the machine, scissors right here. And then the ballot stock I just left, from the absentee meeting.
What the last time we done this, Wayne, with the provisional?
2022.
Yeah, how did, what was our protocol then? Was that the same?
Basically, of course, we got new categories as far as the photo ID, requirement that we didn't have in 2022. Which we were had provision for primary 2024.
Okay, so these are recommend partial approval previously removed. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And previously removed is most of the time, people do not vote in 2 federal elections. So the state board of elections removes them as an eligible voter. So
After 8 years.
after 2 federal general elections. So that's most of the time the reason. Once in a while, we will have a staff error. And there is one in here that's a staff error, not in this particular one, but I remember, it was the death matching list report.
Hmm.
And we did pull one that was not, she appeared to vote, and it said that she was deceased, so she did a provisional. The name was exactly the same, but the last 4 of the social did not match. So we have removed the wrong voter.
So no time, the voter was prevented from voting.
No, and again, that's why provisional was offered and voted provisional.
But they
and
had the same name.
absolutely should count. Oh, yeah.
But there's something, I can see how that could happen.
And birthday,
Wow, okay.
but one was in Bladen County and one was in Surrey County.
Ah.
So, yeah.
My goodness.
But, so again, there is staff error that could be in a previously removed as well, but that is, recommend to partially count these and, like, for instance, the ballot style voted for this one was B1, it should have been a B3 based on their residence. So, I'll just pull each one and pull a ballot and we'll just do teams again, like we normally do, if that's okay.
If somebody comes in here and they're from Canada, but they say they want to vote, you give
We
them a
offer
ballot.
them provisional ballot,
Everybody gets a ballot.
But
and
then
that's.
for us to judge,
And, you know, at early voting, we had, I know Andrew, one morning, we had a gentleman who was turned away. And, then someone out in the parking lot said, no, you can't be turned away, come back. So I helped process that person, very adamant, he lived in Winston-Salem. He was there seeing his girlfriend and he wanted to vote. Okay, so the poll worker was like, well, you live in Winston, you need to go vote there. Again, early voting, she was thinking he has plenty of time. But no,
Well,
he wanted
is
to
that
vote there, so
determined he's gonna vote.
determined, and so we processed, he's in here.
Does he get partial credit for, he don't get any
He's not
credit?
a registered voter in Surrey County.
Okay.
But does that ballot get sent to Winston-Salem?
No, because it's a different ballot. See, the federal candidates would be some the same, but yeah, no, because that ballot. would-
Governor.
Whole ballot,
Outside,
whole ballot is wrong. That's it.
And that's why we do encourage in those situations, you have time to go to Winston-Salem. It's only the second day of early voting, but no, I want to vote here. I want to vote for president. Okay,
It's your provisional
what you
ballot.
do. Yeah, that's what you do.
I don't understand the mindset.
well, we had, what was it, 2022? A truck driver. Talks in North Carolina. That apparently came off of one of the interstates
I remember that.
that wanted,
Oh, yeah.
I want to go.
Yeah.
Are you
I
a resident of
remember
North
that.
Carolina? No. Are you a resident of Surrey County? No.
But
But
I'm
I want
voting.
to vote.
But I'm voting. I remember that.
I'm
And-
gonna vote.
Yep, Paul.
On that.
Well, I'm just trying to figure his mindset, knowing he's not in his, even his own right state.
He wants to be able to tell himself, I guess, that I voted. I've done what I was supposed to do. Like I say, that's just subjective. That's mindset that I,
Now, if it was on
Yes.
vote, if it was on the last day of voting. I guess that's. That
And
mindset,
two,
not registering.
I'm not saying this for this particular person because I don't know. But sometimes people do it just to get people to quit hounding them. They have no intention to want to vote,
Perhaps.
but they may just say, yep, I did it.
I
Done.
voted.
That could be.
I can't understand that way of
Perhaps.
thinking, but that happens. And then some people literally, after they vote, say, "Oh God, I can get that off of my mind now.
Mm.
I don't have to be bothered with this." We hear that a lot. Like,
What was the oldest person that y'all knew that was the first time voter that y'all
oh,
made
that was
pictures
Paula
of?
2020.
She wasn't a first time voter, but we've had several 70 and 80-year-old first time voters this
Y'all
time.
see our pictures on our Facebook page?
knew you
We
made
had a
some.
good mix,
Yeah.
very young.
Yeah.
And then some older or that first time voters that surprising, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting to watch.
I saw a gentleman take his own selfie out there when he had the garbage bag on top.
Oh, yeah.
He was
That was
taking
the
a-
last few days.
Yeah.
Mhm. We had one here on election day.
That's when me and Tracy was voting, he was taking a selfie of himself with his garbage bag on top. Ma'am,
Don't you recall?
what
He
Biden
was
said.
obviously a Trump voter. So when Trump voters were referred to as garbage, a lot of them put garbage bags on. In protest to being called garbage.
After break.
Right.
You didn't hear about that?
Most of them was at the wrong precinct too.
But President Biden made a statement about Trump followers being garbage. Don't you recall when Trump got a garbage truck and rode it in Madison, Wisconsin?
And here, the ballot style is gonna be different. So we're just looking at same number. And this person is in precinct 19 where they should have been, but just they were given the wrong ballot.
you're running out of tape.
So the you're gonna have these that you will not be able to vote.
All
Because
we'll be able to do is just mark what is on
Correct.
here,
he is eligible
or what's marked.
for everything there. I'm making sure on school board, yep, the only thing is what you don't see, you can't mark, of course. And that ballot style is supposed to be different.
That's what we got.
Yeah, but
Zero
you're not gonna
Zero,
match
zero
this.
that.
Yeah. All we can do is do what we can.
No. Virginia Fox. Robinson.
Robinson.
Al Loving. Dave Bowler. Keith Butler. Fuzzy
McCarthy.
Farley. Chad Brown. Shell Morrow. Fred Bonner.
Right.
Jefferson Griffin.
Murray.
Valerie Zachary.
Exactly. Really?
Make sure we get through this thing.
I'm usually waiting.
Chris Freeman.
Freeman.
Eddie Settle.
Settle.
Sarah Stevens.
Steve.
And
Which one's that on for that? Yeah.
Bill Sullivan.
I've been.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to fix this. Excuse me.
Van Tucker.
And,
Russell Knight. Todd Harris.
yes,
Yeah, it's still.
David Badger.
Hell, back.
Scales.
Scales.
This
Okay,
is,
Drew, we got good work.
Yeah, that's it.
this is not gonna match, because it's partial,
Okay.
and
It's supposed to be off.
The only
The
other
only
thing
reason
you're
this
going to
is
vote
here
for on this ballot is.
30-day
the
sort, this new
constitutional
ballot, we
amendment,
wanna make sure
and
we
you
get
also-
the voter correct precinct.
Constitutional amendment.
So it is that precinct.
15. Okay.
And of course, election day ballots, like the normal, that's why there's, nothing there.
How far does it go?
And
That one?
I'm gonna ask
here,
before I
you
do.
will see
research, I
they
think we're
voted
just for.
for, so they were given a B3 ballot style, so you will not select for those three choices because they're not on, they were not eligible.
So
So
Next to last
the
three.
end of your ballot, just make sure you get this one because it'll look different. Yep, and then of course, they skipped a race, you skip a race.
so is it just those three or four?
No, this one is on there, it's just the
Excuse me,
commissioner, city of Mount Airy commissioners.
Okay.
Mhm,
All right.
Yep.
So we're gonna transfer the vote from here to that.
correct,
Okay.
for what the voter.
Okay, all right.
Four of this ballot, right?
Spoil.
Years.
So city, am I leaving? this one? See this one that you all are remarking, you see up there, it says manual edit.
Jessica Holmes.
That one was one that was put in the DS 200, so that one will have to be deducted out tomorrow for those
Gotcha.
Tasha.
choices, so. That's why we've got manual edit.
Paxton Winston the second. Lane Marshall. Maurice Mohill. Weston Harris.
Yeah, that's what I was at. Do you want this?
Riggs.
I was gonna say, do you want it in the envelope? What would be the better? I was gonna say that might be better to stay married. Yeah, I
Eldridge.
think it'd be better to stay together. Keep us more organized.
Martin E. Moore. Darren Staley. Backey. Bill Southern.
Put it in there. Yeah, do it that way.
Melissa
Is the ballots in that?
The original. Spoil it, and here it is.
Harris.
Yeah, and I've had yours.
Moore.
Right. Amy Beagle Grant. At our age, we're supposed to a little bit.
Oh, good.
Well. Solicit. And four.
This was somebody lived in the school district. that couldn't vote.
This person voted out of precinct, so they didn't have their correct ballot.
Yeah, it would.
I live in the city, but I'm voting school. This one make me, confuse me. Sheila.
Why?
People that live in the school district but not in the city.
Uh-huh.
That's
That's why we have 8 ballot stops.
That is, that's,
That's when people say, well, why
that's bound to
don't you just
confuse
ballot
people.
in Surrey County? Well, you got 3 school systems. You got
That would,
3.
that would confuse me if I didn't sit here. I mean, it about does me here. I guess the school takes in more people than the, city limits.
Mhm.
We're to do that more to the north, up toward the state line, I think.
Same way around there.
Yeah, and I was gonna say,
Yeah.
Our old son lives on State Road. And his children go to Elton City School.
all right, Cindy, I'm gonna hand you these, or Andrew, to. Well, you ain't gonna do that because they hadn't remarked it yet.
Up that way.
And
Do they have to pay do they have to pay something to go?
I would, your guess is as good as mine.
Cause there's a tax. There's
Yeah,
tax
tax
just
base.
set for that.
Yeah.
this one is the exact same way
Okay.
as the precinct, but you see on the back, it'll be just like the last.
So it's
But-
3.
Oh, well, no, it isn't just like, because
It's
they
got-
voted for school board, so they will not get to vote.
Yeah,
School
okay.
board, you will have to skip
All
that.
right.
And, that should all be the same. Yeah, you will skip Mount Airy City Board of Education, 4 seats, and then 3.
But then I have to skip
You would
these.
skip that.
These two,
Mhm.
and then pick it up again. Just
And then
skip these two.
Pick it up with here, which no
No
vote,
vote. Yeah.
and here, vote, okay?
Okay.
And again, just the correct precinct is why that's their election day ballot.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Yeah. Donald J. Trump. And House. Double Benny Smith. Auditor. No vote. They voted with party.
Sign this one.
No vote on Secretary of State.
All right, so you are.
Always voting.
The difference is gonna be, they voted for Surrey County
You
School
say.
Board.
Yeah.
They were not eligible. They were eligible for Mount Airy, so
Vote for
you'll leave
treasurer.
that blank.
All this we require.
Uh-huh,
Just vote for it.
Carolyn.
just vote what you can, yeah. Mhm.
You got it. Next is that.
Right. Kamala Harris.
No vote for appeals judge. No vote for state senate.
Mike
Ken
Ross.
Badgett for Montgomery House.
This is not.
This is all over the place.
Rachel.
Angela B. Puckett.
Jeff Jackson.
Bill Southern.
Jessica
Holmes blank for Surrey County Board of Commissioners.
John Hall.
Melissa W. Hyatt.
Listen, she go.
Natasha Marcus.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brad Delaney Marshall.
Nobody running it.
That's right.
No Green.
Okay, so. No spirit, right?
Yeah. From they couldn't vote for these, they just went to those two. Right next will be.
And
So on.
and all night. Four.
Thompson.
And it's four.
Ed Elwood.
Wow.
Wow.
Martin Moore. Karen Bailey.
Love it.
Got to do it.
Yeah.
Stop needing.
Thank you.
What's up?
Go to the B six, or B one. Precinct.
And
No,
vote.
school board, not
Because it was not
Yeah,
there.
just skip these two.
Number one, is that the
B
Cadillac?
one, yeah, you have to have the biggest ballot size,
Okay.
most eligibility.
For.
You
those
should-
people
okay.
can't
We'll skip these,
Yeah,
but.
you'll skip those because you don't know any
Okay,
ten.
sorry. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Donald J. Trump,
you can't, or you can, you got Deborah Cochran,
Virginia Fox,
Shelley Goins,
Mark
Goins.
Robertson,
Calvin Vaughn, and they have voted against the Constitution.
Policy.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sydney, can I give you that? Thank you.
Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Chris
That's-
Freeman. Settle. Philip Stevens. Okay. Southern. Van Tucker. Melissa Hyatt. Todd Harris.
And Strange. Wait,
Next one, you go for Dalton.
Yes. Lee Dalton.
Durham.
Person voted absent. Should have been in Brian. Let's see what's different on the back. Yeah. Elton School Board, they want.
You're talking to people since 13 years. You'll get a pie. Oh. Not to talk about one, this. Winston-Salem can have one district.
And from Colorado.
Wake County.
We need three.
And Bishop. Dave Bowler. Boxler. Mike Colson. Luke Farley.
Barley.
Oh.
Ed Brown.
Brown.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Michelle Morrow,
Tomorrow.
He's probably adding about, yeah.
Brad Briner,
Right.
Based on the notes.
Jefferson Griffin,
Yeah, what it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tom Murray, Valerie Zachary, Green, Eddie Settle, Stevens.
Okay.
These are done.
I don't know. I think I have done
Yeah.
it right now. Yeah. Put the one.
These are the
Right.
ones that are done.
Okay.
But
Where's
just.
the,
Harris.
Can't
I
vote,
guess
can't vote.
If you've got a Richard Bruder, or if you've got a Haley Sullivan, or a William Dalton,
Dalton, yes.
Okay.
There's only one remark.
and for the Constitution Amendment.
Goodness gracious, check marks, check marks.
No, today. No, they ain't.
here, you got a video on there about.
Years ago. Vietnam.
Chick, that wasn't going very.
A big old check. Look
So
at that, all the way up
He
into
voted,
the.
he don't
So,
say he
that's-
did me.
these two right here.
Basically,
Little
only
research,
here
always
and
been
here.
interested in
And that's
politics.
like the last.
So after this, you'll go straight to there. Yep.
Politics was flat on home, I always thought the wheels
Yeah.
got shorter than that.
Okay, thank you.
It's easier to remember if they get in.
Okay. Donald J. Trump.
That's true. He won't point
Every one of them sit corner and
and
wait.
find back.
I don't think we're in it.
I think so.
Oh, this was-
I don't know, maybe
oh,
we just done.
Crazy.
We did.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we just done. But I don't think we done for now.
If that door got down there and it's supposed to go through the, Virginia gets to get out, that he go through the wall.
Mark Robinson.
Did he suffer from Agent Orange?
Well, he did so.
What?
He did.
I had a
He's
friend.
got good.
Dave
yeah.
Bishop.
I had a friend that did too.
Dave Bullock.
Prince, hey. Well,
Mike Pocket. Luke Farley.
one of them, countless novels.
Chad Brown. Cheryl
At
Hall,
school and every county.
Brad Ryan,
Leonard
Jefferson.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Chuck Howard,
Murray,
George Steiner,
Alfred Zachary,
Rachel Henry, Jeff Jackson,
F.T. Springer,
Jessica
Holmes,
Eddie Settle,
Sarah Taylor,
Tabor,
Natasha Marcus,
Angela.
Got it.
Franklin Moulton,
Liz Southern,
got those one more,
Van Tucker,
Elaine Marshall,
Marshall,
Melissa Hine,
and Rose Green.
no green.
Todd,
Alan.
Riggs. Say Riggs.
Yes.
Reagan Dalton,
Sorry. Carolyn Thompson,
Thompson.
Deborah Cochran.
Ed Dillsbury.
Oh, no, it's not on there. Okay, let's try to skip those.
Moore. Aaron. And Badger. Angela Puckett. Bill Southern.
Yeah.
There is no Richard. Grant
There was.
on there, Caleb Sullivan on there. They'll
Yeah.
vote for Joe Bales.
There's like Wells.
And they'll vote
Be something we could
against
have been.
the Constitutional Amendment.
Yes, there you go.
Same thing, it looks like City of Mount Airy weren't eligible, so
Okay. So,
skip school board,
Skip down to the building there.
and you won't have these offices, yeah.
okay. All right. Donald J. Trump. Fox. Al.
Thank you.
Put them back in the.
It don't matter if you want to, either way. Well, wait, I say that, which makes this one, this is a B1. Okay.
Farley.
One. So these two,
Jack
Where are they?
Brown.
they're marking. That one,
Brad Lyman.
B1.
Am I good on these?
Yeah, you're good on those.
Tom Hurry. Chris Spring. Dick Settle. Derek Stevens. Angela B. Puckett. Bill Southern. Ann Tucker. Wyatt.
Four. No penalty.
Looks like the only difference is on the back again.
Played another way this time.
Yeah. I'll give you a break. Give me a break. He's on. Kamala Harris. There. Chuck Hubbard.
Four.
Josh Stein.
And
Bill Hunt. Jeff Jackson. Okay. Jessica. Sarah David. Tasha Marcus.
Still hanging on.
It's just
Preston Winston.
sitting right in my throat.
Vestige
No
is
place
the-
else.
Just the best.
Elaine
That's it.
Marshall. Marshall. Maurice Reed. Reed. Wesley Harris. Aaron. Allison Briggs.
Yeah, well, it looks like the.
Briggs. Carolyn
Somebody
Jennings
vote.
Thompson.
Well, anyway, so maybe they realized they weren't
Ed
supposed to be.
Elred.
It started.
No, yeah, they, you see, they voted, but then they stopped. They didn't vote for what they weren't eligible for. And that was very.
They couldn't go on through the way it is.
Ken Badger.
No, they were wrong precinct. See, they were eligible for Surrey County schools,
Okay.
but they were
Bill
the
Southern.
precinct that didn't have it. Yeah.
They go. I figure. These.
Oh, they, yeah, well, they weren't as honest. They really wanted to get their point right there.
Okay.
Todd Harris.
This one is the spoiled one.
Harris.
Now we got a call. The Scales.
Scale.
Joe's
All right.
sales
Here.
Scales is the very long one you got.
They voted for.
Down to the governor.
Oh, skip that.
Yep.
Okay.
The governor. And the governor. What?
That's what I'm not doing. There, this one up there. Yeah. This one's this.
Paxton Winston. Anymore.
That one's good.
Big. Carolyn Jennings Thompson. Ed Eldred. Mark East Moore. Darren Staley. Needham. Soil and Water, Joseph Lissick. And then 4.
Okay.
Look, I think we're fine.
What's that? President Donald J. Trump. Fox.
Fox.
Fox. Hell, weather.
Bishop.
Dave Foley.
Oh.
Steve Trumpson. Mike Fuzzy.
Don't.
Or,
Luke Furley.
or
You got any more?
Yeah, I just got
Chad Brown. Michelle Morrow.
These go quicker, don't they?
Don't go to sleep, Brian.
Brad. Bruna,
Brian.
Jefferson Griffin. Tom Murray. Valerie Beck. Chris Swinton.
Chris Spring.
It took a lot,
Eddie Zebel.
even insurance.
Settle.
Sarah Stevens.
This one,
Steve.
they were just not
Look
eligible
like it.
for City of Mount Airy municipality. That they were,
Chris Southern.
But then,
but
that's
they,
got my school district.
and they were,
And-
they were eligible for it.
Okay.
So they're in the school district, but not in the municipality.
Gotcha.
This, right.
Okay.
Harris.
Jill Stein. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Eric.
Randy Moore.
No.
Virginia Fox.
That's,
James Reeves
that's
Brand.
close, ain't it?
Yes.
Laura Gordon.
Wayne Turner.
Mark Welch.
Nope.
The greener.
Right in. Larry White.
Wayne
LARRY.
Just for soil and water conservation.
Yes, it is.
Dan
Okay.
Bishop.
White. WHITE.
Dave Bullock. Steve Fox.
I'm sorry.
I would have it.
I'm sure you said it right.
Fox.
Yes.
Mike Causey.
Okay.
Lou Crowley.
Deborah Cochran. No.
All right, hold on. Elaine Marshall.
Calvin Bond. 4.
Maurice Mo Green.
Okey-dokey.
Wesley Phillips. Carolyn Jennings Thompson. Ed Eldred. Miss Freeman.
Going back.
Darren Staley.
Yeah.
Sarah Stevens.
Hmm.
Angela Beasley.
Wait, or get off there sometime, didn't you?
Van
Well, I
Tucker.
don't, my fingers are all wore out.
Melissa
Oh,
W. Hyatt.
Trump.
And Todd
Virginia
Harris.
Fox. No vote for governor.
Okay,
vote.
Randy Orr,
Al Welcome.
Jamie Williams Grant,
No vote for attorney general.
Judy Byram,
No vote for auditor.
Hmm.
Steve Troxel.
Mark Walsh,
Mike
William Dawn Jr.,
No vote for labor commission.
A vote.
Elaine Marshall.
and
No vote public construction. Wesley Harris.
Harris.
No vote. Pay. Those are judges. Vote for the first judge. 87.
37.
Sarah Stevens.
Thank you.
You look like it.
And some more.
all right.
Same school district.
Got Needham.
Oh, that's county.
Mm-hmm.
And it's supposed to be in the city.
All right.
This will be with
Harris.
them.
No, it'll up for the city.
No, let's skip that, yep.
Nothing you can do with that one.
Every little different.
The
Way
only other
you
thing
go.
with the ballot sheet was mark is
All
for
right.
the constitutional amendment.
4.
Donald J. Trump,
See that, turn that back over.
Junior Fox,
Yeah, there's a difference.
Yeah.
Mark
Roberts.
Just noticed they were about the same
Yeah.
length there.
Well, I was looking over there and I saw you
Al
Yeah.
in there, but no right in over here.
Yeah.
Bishop,
I peek. I do the same way when I'm
Dave Ford,
I'm calling to you. It works good the way we're set up.
Steve Thompson. Also,
Oh, you're right, spoiled on it. I think the extra's enough.
Chad Brown. Michelle Morrow. Minor,
Thank you.
Jefferson G. Griffin. Murray,
Okay. This is,
It'll be different.
Valerie
yeah,
Zachary,
different.
Donald Trump.
So,
Virginia Fox,
Virginia Fox.
Mark Robin.
Mark
Eddie
Roberts.
Settle,
Al Willis.
Alan Wood.
Sarah Stevens,
Dan Bishop.
And Bishop.
Angela B.
Great.
Druck.
Southern,
Drac.
Steve Troxel.
Van Tucker,
Fox.
Melissa W. Hyatt,
Having that written up there really helps
Harley.
precinct.
Harley.
Definitely.
Harris.
We need to make mental note of that.
Chad Brown.
That is a big help.
that doesn't count, that doesn't count. William Lee Dalton,
Brad.
I know
Brian.
that.
no,
Vote for them.
no, they didn't vote.
Jefferson, Griffin,
Right now.
We can get there.
Murray,
Murray,
No,
Valerie,
So-
Zachary.
Zachary.
four.
Oh, only four.
Chris Freeman,
Settled.
Ain't take a break yet, Drew.
Shoot that thing.
Sarah Stevens, Angela Butler. Bill Southern,
So. Benton.
Harris,
Harris.
Okay.
and we probably diverge.
Yeah.
Sneak up. They voted for me. There's a supposed
Jamie
to.
Brand,
Almost the same as last
Tom.
Okay.
Well,
None of those.
I think you
All
should
right.
have him.
Kamala D. Harris.
So
Oh,
Chuck
then I
Hubbard,
don't suppose you have a place for Debbie Cochran
no,
Josh Stein,
or David Hall or city
Nope.
commissioner.
Hunt.
no,
Okay, then, and they left constitutional amendment.
Jeff Jackson,
okay.
Jessica Holmes. Sarah Taylor. Tasha Lawson. Braxton Winston the second. Lane Marshall,
You just keep on getting them out, don't you?
Braxton, the
Maureen Lee,
one that rode over the capacity, I can't believe that.
Harris, Allison
Allison.
Riggs,
Interesting. Yeah,
You know where it's at.
Thompson,
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Eldred.
All right.
Martin E. Moore,
Harris,
Hubbard. What's that, Hubbard?
Darren Staley,
Hubbard,
Josh Stein,
and Badgett,
Rachel Hunt,
Angela B.
I guess it's where we've been on so long. Yeah, we're still on camera, just to pick up. You do the sound isn't on, so it doesn't interfere. Yeah, well, they've been out so long.
Yeah.
They had- Huh, yeah, but I bet the battery's dead in them.
I looked to see if anybody's emailed to say.
We can't hear you. Back on with sound,
We are
our audio
due to a technical difficulty.
due to.
They're all the same.
They couldn't handle it. What was the technology like years ago when you couldn't, when you find out somebody wasn't supposed to vote? You can pull that out now, but what about back when you couldn't pull it out? What? Can you imagine how much
Duplicate vote.
tighter things are now than it
Oh,
was just 20 years ago?
Well, probably even within the last 12.
Much less 40 or 50.
What it could be like if you were actually counting paper ballots. How, I mean, the nightmare that would be
But the odd part about
trying to
that,
do that.
the odd part about that, they knew the results before midnight. Think about that.
But they had your new A result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a much more accurate accounting.
I didn't say.
I can't imagine. I mean, it used to, how many things that we take for granted now that back then it was just folly to think of it.
Well, you gotta remember, you also had a smaller population. Like
True.
100 million.
But still is election's election.
Yeah, to the winner and to the loser, and to the feelings
Absolutely.
and to the many who support.
Yeah.
And to all the lives that it impacted.
Mhm.
And all the money was spent.
How much money was spent on this election?
I'll be glad. Yours can't.
16 billion.
Just over 16 billion. And one campaign came out 20 billion short. They owe 20 million.
One more time.
People are not getting paid.
That's
either.
right.
That's common.
I know.
That's losing campaign in badly.
This is why we need campaign reform. In a big way when it comes to raising money.
The soft money that gets into politics now is just unbelievable.
It is.
That's a big issue.
It's a big problem. in my mind.
We've got freedom of speech versus that.
Okay, so the DS 200 is 235. 235. So this board accepted 235 out of 497.
As I said, 335.
It was.
Two.
Yeah.
235
235 is the
Okay.
total.
out of 497.
So,
About 45%. 43.
yeah, so 207, 207. 207 is what we recommended approval. Then we recommended partial for 28. That together is 235.
Okay, yeah.
So 262 not approved.
That's what's run for kind of going, about 50% we approved.
And again, I go back to, I don't know how, I don't know what more we can do, but we will continue coming up with ideas and ways to educate. I think this speaks to just not being educated about the process. With a lot of the bulk of it being not registered. So,
Well,
But we've got a total of how many ballots that are not counted in this election?
right.
And out of how many votes that have been actually cast and counted?
Mm-hmm. It's a small percentage.
That's a, I wish
It is.
every one would be counted,
Mhm.
obviously, but
what about the
It's
board?
remarkable.
Mhm.
Excuse me, what about the board recommending that now the 18-year-olds can vote? That we have a class in all the high schools.
Jessica's been doing some of that. hasn't
Jessica's been going
Yeah.
and she recruited student election officials and a couple, I know Millennium and another one, I can't remember the other school, actually had her do a presentation. Mount Airy, Mount Airy High School, a presentation about the process of
That's good.
voting. So she did that ahead of,
But I'm talking about a class that actually the seniors would be required to attend.
I think, whoever you need to talk to. That needs,
The
we
Board of
agree.
Elections would be
Well, there are 3 superintendents and
mentioned
3
that.
boards, so
Board of
Yep,
Education,
that's
3
right.
superintendents and 3 boards
right,
In Surrey County,
In Surrey
Surrey
County.
County.
to convince.
3 different schools.
And we
I
have.
like the idea. I think it's a great idea.
Paul, we have talked about doing, like we've attended before, Citizens Academy. Typically, the people who come to the Citizens Academy are the people that's already following the rules. Who are already registered and actively vote, and it's great, but that's not the target
They could
to
give advice.
understand. They could be the example of the class. Yeah.
Was there a distinctive difference in age amongst people who went to incorrect precincts? It was
It's all over.
all over scale. Okay,
It's all over.
all right. So age has no factor.
No.
Okay. Just
Do we
curious.
want to go to other business or do we need to go shut down the machine?
She's closing it now and the
Okay.
tape's getting ready to print.
It's in the
Okay.
process.
That's all
then,
we, yep.
And then after that, we'll seal the ballots.
Mhm.
Is there other business before this meeting?
Not for this meeting, no, sir.
I'm prepared 9:30 in the morning. And after we get into canvas at 11 a.m., that strip and tape after we get into canvas.
Yep, but remember, we do have to do quite a few manual edits. We've got to do edits on the challenges, and then we've got to do edits for 4 provisionals that were put into the DS 200. 4 different precincts, and then any same-day registrations that were not complete at early voting, we'll have to pull those ballots tomorrow, and that was a 5 o'clock today deadline, so we will be pulling
Okay.
some of those as well.
And those will be coming out of the pack, secure pack.
So tomorrow at 9:30, we start handling this remainder.
You mean in tomorrow? Yeah, at best. Like,
9:30, when we
what?
start on challenges, ballot challenges.
yeah, that'll be the first thing, will be the ballot.
We have to get that out of the way to get ready, put that forward. to
Right.
canvas.
So
Yeah.
we will do the deceased voters first, and then at 10, we'll do the felon.
Hearing.
Have we had any response from the written notice, mail notice to the public?
No, and did not get it returned undeliverable either.
So that's gonna go pretty fast. Yes.
I've received no indication that there'll be any appearance or communication.
Well, if we do have an appearance, then we'll be ready for it.
Yeah.
So,
But we do, like I said, we did have 4 provisional that went into the DS 200, so we will have to edit those as well. So that edit process will take a little bit of time. But otherwise, then we can go right into Canvas.
Then you Print the abstracts.
Then we've got to print the thick and sign, yeah,
Oh,
so
yes.
we can't do any of that until we get it right.
I might have been optimistic.
Yeah. We're with you. We're right there with you.
Would it? Yeah, I'm sure. And then some.
Yeah.
We just leave our books here tonight, can't we?
Yeah, we've got this room that no one will, yeah, so if you all want to leave anything that you don't have to have. So I was gonna say something else about the tally sheets tomorrow for those manual edits too. It's just steps we have to do. They'll just take some time.
Gotta go in that little room.
Be a bipartisan team of board will watch the actual edits being done.
Mhm.
Right. Officer Gonzalez, are you scheduled to be with us tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Officer Yarborough will be coming tomorrow.
Okay.
We appreciate you being with us tonight.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
He's came many nights and been our lights at the back door.
Gotcha.
As we go to our vehicles, so
Well,
we
thank you
appreciate
for
it.
that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Not a problem at all. So, glad to be here.
We're glad it's been boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uneventful.
It's been uneventful.
Yeah.
It's an interesting process.
Yes, it's-
Oh, I'm,
Behind the scenes part of it.
There's
it is.
more
no
to
doubt.
it than people realize, right? We do a lot in those 2 days a year we work, don't we? Get a lot done.
Primary
That's right.
election, general election day, that's it.
I don't know how many people ask
Y'all
us.
off next year.
Sometimes.
That's
Oh, my word.
what the chief said. Y'all got to lay a lot of people off sometime, don't you? I said, yeah, we take our hot box away from them.
Sydney's got spring in her step. She's getting excited. Even if you did miss your concert.
Oh, no.
Who was it?
Which one?
It was a bunch of them, Scotty McCurry, Zach.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Jansen and somebody else. I can't remember.
See, you named the one that I wouldn't care anything about. You didn't tell me about the other.
Oh, really?
No, I just don't know. Yeah.
I didn't know any of it.
But what
Was
sad
that the one in
is,
Charlotte?
it's,
Yeah.
everywhere that he has had tickets has sold out and getting like $300 and $400 for the tickets.
Oh, no. My oldest daughter went to that concert with a bunch of
She might get.
a
she
bunch
might
of
get her
other
40
mothers,
tickets.
married women that they, yeah.
Could have made some money.
Oh, no.
Didn't sell your ticket.
Well, yeah, but just for what she got in, what she has in.
What kind of music's that?
Country.
Country?
Is that country?
Woodstock.
Yeah.
Didn't he listen? Woodstock, were you at Woodstock? You were not.
Lived right across from Northampton, Mass. I just had to drive across. the
So
state
you
line.
really were there? Wow, that is a fun fact.
These youngsters don't know what Woodstock is.
Flop.
Did it rain?
My
After 12 hours, I left.
boyfriend
Buddy,
forever
you
had
couldn't step in
Really?
there. It
With
was
his-
fun.
No detail.
him and his then wife.
I'm not talking about.
Imagine.
That-
But he said, oh, we
Detail.
but
Oh,
small.
no, I'm sure they weren't.
They lived in New York.
20.
No detail.
Well,
27
leave it
years
to
old.
imagination.
I was 27 years old.
No detail.
I went to Union Grove Fiddlers Convention.
I
That's
started to say,
ours.
we've had our own.
That was our.
No detail.
That was our Woodstock.
Ours was the Galax Fiddlers Convention.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't my idea to go. It was the girl I was dating.
No.
Amazing how that
Could you
works.
please change? Y'all could change these.
The Fiddlers Convention
People don't
also would
know.
always bring rain. You could bank on rain.
With the Galax
Oh,
convention, yeah.
Union Grove was on Easter weekend. There was a
Cold then.
helicopter going in and out of there every hour with money.
With what?
money, taking money out, a helicopter going out with money.
What was this thing?
Union Grove Fiddler
Oh,
Convention.
Union
It
Grove,
was
yeah.
it was like the old love ends
That's
in
over-
Woodstock. back
Over in
then.
Wil- Isn't that over in Wilkes County?
But why was
No,
there
it's
money?
down-
I'm so
Down-
confused.
Down
Right,
77.
Side of 77.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The park's still there.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so confused though. Why was there money?
Oh, because there was so much flowing
There
in.
was so
Having-
many people
having to
coming
get it.
there with so
Had to
much,
get it out.
so much of things to sell.
Oh, sorry. I was like, why would there be
I
money?
got a T-shirt there that says support your local Hells Angels. They were there. Bought the T-shirt.
Did you know that the first home computers were displayed? It was, there was electronics, and these two
Well, I've never
fellas.
heard about that in the.
Florida, two fellas from California were trying to explain, and they had a wooden case with a thing in it, and they were trying to explain home computers.
Wow.
That's 1969.
You gotta write a book.
That's the last
You have to
item.
Write a book.
Nobody believes it
signature.
anyway, it's crazy.
Hey,
I just.
Okay.
Bragged about it.
Nothing further from the director or staff? Anything further from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we call this meeting to an end and close the meeting.
Yeah, I like that to call it to an end.
Broke twice, did we get 3 meetings today?
Oh, my.
Sorry.
We, have a motion on the floor for adjournment. And we have a second from Paul. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor for adjournment, please say aye.
Ah, oh, you sat there and let that